Can you maybe you're unmuted.
Good morning, how are you doing?
I'm fine. All right.
We're starting with Mr. Salvador Arias.
All right, Mr. Arias, I'm John Kirtley. I'm the Director of the Board of Pharmacy, and I'm going to tell you real quick who you're talking to, just a little bit about this process. This morning, on your right and my left, we have 5 of our pharmacy board members. We have Mr. Harold Simpson, Dr. Lynn Krause, Dr. Lenore Newsom, who's the chair of this committee, Dr. Brian Jolly, and Dr. Rodney Richmond. On the other side, we're staff members here in the board, myself, Dr. Brendan Brady, who's our assistant director, Ms. Ashley Bales, who's our legal counsel. We've got you here today. I believe it is for a pharmacy technician's application. Is that correct? And with that, we call this an informal conference because it's basically a discussion back and forth across the table. Here in a moment, after kind of this orientation, I will turn it over to our staff to give us a review of why we're here for the discussion, the couple issues that were on the background check. And then I know the board members are going to want to ask you some questions and talk to you about that. At the end of it, they're going to come up with some suggestion for action. And it can be anything from accept the application and grant it, to deny the application, to say we will table it for now and consider it some other day. We don't know what they're going to come up with until they do. Whatever they decide, you have the opportunity to either agree or disagree with it. If you agree with it, we go forth with whatever they suggested. If you disagree, it gives you a chance to either say, you kind of forget this and walk away, or to say, I'd like to have an appearance before the board at a later date. So it could be either one of those. I just real quick, do you understand why you're here today? Do you have any questions about how the process works?
Not really.
At any point during this, if you're confused, you need to ask a clarifying question or anything like that, wave your hands, get our attention. We want to help answer any questions you've got about it. Okay.
All right, we have brought this to the board's informal meeting today. Based on our review of Mr. Arias' criminal record, shows an incident on August 7th, 2020, where he was charged with DUI, driving under the influence. He was under 21 at the time. He pled guilty to that charge in court and complied with the court orders, including an alcohol safety education program, which he completed February 24, 2021, and a victim impact panel that the court required, which he completed in April of 21. There was another incident in October of that year. He was charged with open container and minor possession of marijuana. He was arrested there by Lona Police Department. He had marijuana in his car and admitted to the police officer that he had smoked it earlier. Again, he pled guilty to that charge and complied with the court orders.
Okay. Do you want to tell us about these business, please?
So about the DUI, as a wrong statement, whenever I attended in here, I was at a local Sonic, and I was chilling there for a couple of hours.
You were alone.
I was at the Sonic and
On Sunday, okay.
and so I was there for a couple of hours, and then whenever I started to pull out, there was a puddle at the end of the driveway. So as I was pulling out, since my tires are a bit worn out, it peeled out a little bit. And I didn't notice that there was an officer that was following me until I got to the interstate. Once I got to the interstate, about a mile down, his lights turned on. And so I turned on my hazards and pulled over and proceeded the process there. What came with the possession of marijuana, I was speeding without really knowing. As I was speeding, there was an officer that came my way. And then he noticed that I was speeding, turned on his lights, and as soon as he turned on his lights, I started to slow down and proceed with that process of pulling over and waiting for him to get behind me or to finish his U-turn so we could finish that.
Okay, so, what have you been doing? What were you doing for some work smoking and drinking there, were you?
No, whenever the officer pulled me over, or at the Sonic, like the Sonic, it was roughly 3 or 4 hours prior when I was drinking, and I had containers in the back car.
So you had been drinking?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you still drinking now?
No,
What about smoking?
smoking, no, I stopped that
Last year, women.
exactly when I came.
So what are you currently doing?
Right now, I'm currently working at the pharmacy, trying to just better my life, trying to keep everything straightened out, build up money so I can start my life over.
So, what pharmacy are you working at? What type of pharmacy work?
I'm working at a long-term care pharmacy that's called Premier.
Okay. And what capacity, what type of work are you doing there?
I am doing it at the moment,
Really?
and I'm trying to get a sick license so I can get a promotion in there. Would be time, of course.
How long have you been there?
What's that?
How long have you been there?
Been there for roughly 3 or 4 weeks. Started in December.
So you said you stopped using marijuana last year, but you don't know when?
Not exactly when.
Okay, that could have been 12 days ago, so was it January or back in the summer or football
It
season?
was definitely, let's see. Probably between August or March.
So less than 6 months ago. All right, now, I'm not aware, I could be wrong, but do you generally get arrested for DUI if you simply have an open container in your backseat?
No, it works the same as a DWI, so you have breathalyzer, field sobriety tests and the whole thing. Just charge him DUI because he's under, and they're not allowed to drink at all. So if he has any alcohol on him, like, as an adult, he can be under 0.08 and not get a DWI, technically. He can't have any alcohol, so that number is sort of irrelevant if he's under the influence.
So I understand from a legal standpoint, but, and I haven't found it in here yet, did they do a breathalyzer?
I don't know if our records show that. What is the charge for refusal to submit, what is the charge for refusal to submit for a breath test? But, I don't think that was addressed in his statement.
So they had you do a breathalyzer and a field sobriety test.
Yes, they did. And if I remember correctly, I blew a 0.06.
Do you have a medical marijuana card?
I did in the past.
You still have it?
No, it expired and I haven't used it.
So you blew a 0.06 several hours after you quit drinking.
If I remember correctly.
You know, if you have a tech license, you can't have a medical marijuana card.
Yes, I was.
Or use marijuana, period.
Have you taken care of all your fines and everything legal? Your fines, have you, is that all taken care of as a paid off?
Took care of the DUI and I was fully paid for. I have roughly $100 left on the possession charge. Which I will take care of this next upcoming page.
Well, you found that it's kind of expensive to, get out of this when you get caught with this stuff.
Okay.
So how did you pay it off? Take a second job or how? Where'd the money come from?
The job that I was working was paying me enough to pay it off, but I had to do, or I decided to do monthly payments.
your employment with this long-term care facility contingent on you getting tech license, or would you just continue to build?
Yeah, I will continue to build employment, I don't need my tech license.
Do you use alcohol, marijuana, do you use any other drugs?
No, sir.
Have you ever used any other drugs?
No, sir.
So that means prescription pill.
Whenever I am restricted on
So, but you're not abusing prescription medications. You might use it if you get prescribed, but that's certainly okay.
Okay, what do you all think?
I don't think this is so much hang up to the rest of his life, but so for the this work pharmacy, we continue to stay gainfully employed and maybe come back sometime in the future with the recency of the two charges, and then you know 6 months ago, 6 months to go on. So time there for them to show abstinence from issues with the law. So today, you're not focused.
I 100% agree with Brian. I think, you're on the right track, you're doing the right things. It's a little quick for me to say, hey, go on. I mean, you're coming out of this, you're gonna be okay, you're gonna continue to improve, and then, come back a little bit and say, you know what, I don't have any legal charges against me, and I've grown up, and you can't put somebody in the pharmacy or something. So that would be, in my opinion, that kudos to you for working and having a good job and stepping up and being kind. That you were wrong, and all that shows maturity. But
I agree. Too recent, less than 5 months since last year, you reported getting cavalier sort of attitude about alcohol and marijuana in general.
Okay, wait. Would you like to withdraw your application so that we don't have to deny it?
that would be good.
And we go to
That way you don't have to put on there that you were that.
the application?
But
So what would be the process after this? Since
You reapply?
you just reapply, say, 6 months or so here, and then reapply.
I think, you guys think at least a year, you think it?
Yeah, I was
think a
thinking,
year.
I was thinking a year.
I feel better.
What they're saying, if we take action on your application now and we deny it, when you reapply again, you have, when you ask that question, have you ever been denied a license, you have to say yes. Whereas if you withdraw your application, you don't have to say that, you simply reapply. But we're giving you the benefit of our opinion that give it about a year, enough time away from these current issues, that your application would be viewed more effectively.
So yes, I would like to withdraw.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, that's good luck. Good luck.
Thank you for your time.
Yes.
So this was. Yeah.
So is it Christopher
Christopher
Schwinn?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I was not going to butcher it because I knew I would, but I will do my best to keep up with that. So Christopher, I'm John Kirkland, I'm the director of the Board of Pharmacy, and we'll tell you real quick who you're talking to today. There's a couple of things about this procedure. On this side of the table, we have 5 of our pharmacy board members. We have Mr. Harold Simpson, Dr. Lynn Kraus, Dr. Lenore Newsom, who's the chair of the Informal Committee, Dr. Brian Jolly, and Dr. Rodney Richard. On the other side of the table, we've got myself, Dr. Brent McCready, who's our assistant director, and Ms. Ashley Bales, who's our legal counsel. We're here today regarding your pharmacy technician application. There were a couple things that you let us know that there would be something on there, so thank you for letting us know that. And in a moment, I'm going to turn over to our staff to give the board members a brief overview of what it is that we're looking at, and then they're going to want to talk to you about it. At the end of that, they're going to come up with some suggestion for action. And it could be anything from, we would vote to approve his application today, we would vote to deny his application. They may say they would table it or give you an opportunity to withdraw it, so you wouldn't have adverse action. It kind of runs the full gamut of possibility. We don't know what they're going to say until they make that decision. The important thing is, whatever they come up with today, you can either agree with or disagree with. If they come up with something, you say, I agree to that, then we go for whatever they basically tasked us with. If you disagree, it gives you kind of 2 options. One is to say, forget this and walk away. The other one is to say, I prefer to have a formal hearing before the full board at a later date. We call this informal because it's half the board, basically. The formal hearing will be the full board, a hearing officer, a court reporter, we swear everybody in. It's just a much more formal procedure like you see on a court TV show. So 2 questions for you. Do you understand why you're here today?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions about how the process works?
Not so much.
And that's a good point. At any point during this, if you've got a question of what's going on or need some clarification, realize you've never been in this situation, by all means, raise your hand, wave your arms, get our attention, stop us, and ask any questions you've got. We'll be happy to answer.
Yes, sir, I appreciate it.
Okay.
We brought Mr. Schwinn in for committee today, based on our review, we found the incident which Mr. Schwinn disclosed to us that occurred on December 7th, 2021. He was charged with possession of a controlled substance or methazine, which I'm assuming based on the charge of coding as well. And the other charge was possession of controlled substance marijuana. At the time, he had a warrant out for his arrest for failure to appear in court. He pled guilty to all those, although our record showed from September 22nd, that he has balance with court for that sentence. That may be full information.
Okay, you want to tell us what happened?
So, yes, ma'am. I guess I can start from the very beginning. So, back in, I can't remember what year it is, I might get this year wrong, but I think it was like 2017-ish. I got pulled over for speeding. I didn't pay my ticket or went to the court that day. And then I moved off to college, and since I didn't do any of that, I had a failure to appear on, so they gave me warrants, and it kind of just slipped my mind about it. And so when I moved back into town about whenever COVID like started, I got pulled over in Jonesboro on my way back to town, so it was bad. The officer told me like I got pulled over that day for speeding as well, and he said I had a failure to appear, which suspended my driver's license, and then so suspended my license, like took me in that day, and then pretty much issued me a court dates for Jonesboro, and went to the Jonesboro one. The speeding ticket for like being pulled over in Jonesboro got dismissed, but he was like, but you need to set a court date with Helena to get like that 2017 ticket taken care of. So I went to Helena, got the court date, so went to it, and I forgot the judge's name at the time, but we worked out like an agreement to it's pretty much if it was a can't remember how to word the process, sorry. But if I went so long without getting pulled over again, like I would come back and then who either who would work it out and try to get dismissed. But I moved away again, so I didn't go back to get dismissed, and I didn't process it in my head at the time that I needed to like get that taken care of and get scheduled so I can get at least try and get dismissed. But so I had another failure to appear for the not going back. And then flash forward 2021, December of 2021, I was out at the river park in Helena, and I was hanging out with a friend. And it was past sunset, and at the time I wasn't aware that if you're at the river park past sunset, it's against the law pretty much, like you're not allowed to be there. And we were there, like I had like a small amount of marijuana on me. And we were there for about 2 minutes, and then 2 officers showed up, like pretty much right as we parked and everything. And he like started talking to me, and he ran my license, told me I had a failure to appear. And we pretty much he took me in, and he smelled it because it has a pretty significant smell. And then he was like asking me where it was at, and I told him it's in my back seat and everything. And when he went to my back seat, there he got the marijuana out, and then there was also a promethazine bottle, which I was not aware at the time it was in my car. It was kind of left there by a friend that I shouldn't have had it in my car in the first place, shouldn't have it near me. But he left it there, and like it was in my car, so it was in my possession. So he got that, and it was about, I can't remember how much it was, but it was only like, I think it was about 30 milliliters he said it was in it. So he took both of those again, did both those drugs again, as like evidence, and then I went to the jail that night, and I got released on, I can't remember the name of the, pretty much, I signed a paper saying I agreed to go to court on this day, and I would get released without bond, I believe, that's how it is. So I did that, and then I went to court, I want to say it was last January, to get it all settled with the judge. So I pled guilty to possessions and to the speeding tickets, and then me and the court clerk worked out like a payment system for me to work on. And I've been posted like that for a while. I believe that's everything that has happened.
Okay, so currently, have you paid everything off?
I always have it all paid off. I had some news payments to the families that kind of set me back a little financially because I had to redirect it. So I started making smaller payments so I could like focus on the needs.
So why do you want to be a pharmacy technician?
I'm sorry.
Why do you want to be a pharmacy technician?
I've been working at Hickory Hills for about a year, almost a year and a half now, and I'm a clerk at the moment, so I've been really enjoying working with like the customers, the patients that come by. I've learned so much about just medicines in general from just handing them out every day, and I noticed that there was a potential opening at the pharmacy that I'm working at for like technicians. So I was talking to my boss doctor at that about it, and he said he'd be interested in it, and I was happy to get it approved. And I would really like it because one, it is a pretty nice pay raise, and I got 2 kids on the way, so it'd be nice to just have a little bit more income coming in, stuff like that, to set them up in the future. Well, also, I really enjoy learning a lot about medicine because it's just good common knowledge to know if you ever think what's kind of over the counter, something to help out with any like random sickness you might occur. And that's my 2 main reasons why I'd like to be a technician.
I think his pharmacist came here with him.
Are you want to come up?
You want me?
Yes, ma'am.
If you want to tell him anything.
I want to tell you, well, sure, no, I just can vouch for his responsibility with people and, you know, computer stuff and everything, but he does want to better and provide for his family, and it's great to, you know, be there and tell him, but he's very responsible. It doesn't sound real good, but, you know, he's been very honest and very great up front and great with customers and great, Mr. Brandon may want the best for him. So if we can help him any day, you know, we'd love to do that, but I understand your reservations based on his history, but he's a good young man. Really.
Well, as you talked about, some of the stuff, seem to know just a little bit too much. We can speak the lingo, mils, grams. Let me ask you this question. If you're the pharmacist and he's working for you, you're the only one there, your back's turned, and you trust every minute that he would do what was right.
I do, you know, I do. I mean, he's worked up front with cash flow and everything else, and, you know, I do trust him, you know.
I'm less concerned about cash because I am.
People like medicine, yeah, absolutely. You know, I do.
Why did you leave the question blank on your first application and ask if you had ever been cited or arrested? You answered all the other questions, you didn't answer that one. And then the board had to send a letter to you telling you your application was incomplete because of that.
I try to find it on here. Oh, yes, sir. I meant to call up here and ask about that one, but I faxed it over before I just forgot to call. I was looking, I meant to get like some kind of clarification on it, because, let me read it. But it's pretty much, I kind of misunderstood the question. I wasn't sure if it was asking, if I was, now that I'm rereading it, it makes perfect sense, but at the time, I didn't know if it was asking like if, like how much, like how they ruled like the sentence, if it was like a misdemeanor felony.
So what you're telling me, you weren't sure, you were waiting to get clarification, but kind of jumped the gun and faxed it.
Yes, sir. This was a line about it.
And how long have you been working at the pharmacy?
Since August of, I believe, 2021, so about a year and a half.
You have a medical marijuana card?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you realize that any amount of marijuana absent a medical marijuana card is illegal, it's Schedule I substance.
Yes, sir.
So your characterization that you had a small amount of marijuana, in my mind, you had marijuana.
Yes, sir.
Do you still drink?
That's so great.
Drink alcohol?
No, sir, not here.
What's like?
My birthday was in November, so it's been about a month.
So you go out and did you used to go out and binge drink, or was it social or characterized?
It was kind of a social, there was like a big event going on, like if I had a birthday or a friend close to mine, we would like go to their house and just enjoy a drink or two while playing. Maybe some kind of like, board games or just video games of some sort.
Okay, so you realize that if you were to be issued a license from this board, that you would be a licensee, the state of Arkansas can look at any of those activities, anything you do, could have a negative impact on your license.
Yes, sir.
And so no amount of marijuana can be used or possessed as a technician. We would probably pull your license for that. And DUI charges or anything like that, you would be beholden.
So you said you started there in August of 2021.
Yes, sir.
So at that time, you were aware what prescription drugs were, what was legal, what wasn't legal, as far as marijuana and having a prescription drug in your car that wasn't yours, because you were working in the pharmacy when this happened in November of 2021?
Yes, ma'am, yes.
It's, Dr. Richmond, I had the same question that you're asking. On the arrest report, it was saying promethazine Schedule 6, so it appears it was just promethazine without codeine. In his statement, he said 4, which confused me because if it had codeine, it would be a 5.
I just assumed the 6 was the marijuana, because I thought Malcolm saw it was a 6.
Well, it says
4
on it.
I thought promethazine with codeine was over the counter.
No, not promethazine. Wapensine.
So permit with.
ProMed is prescription only,
Schedule
Schedule
So
5.
it's good, not. And you said that was under rules?
No, sir, it wasn't prescribed.
Have you ever taken any of it?
Yes.
Did it have anybody's name?
I believe, I have suspicions on who it was, because, like,
Did it have a prescription label?
it had the bottom half of it at the time.
That's somebody that's really
Basic patient name.
Yeah, in a pharmacy.
Uses where it shows up on this,
You mentioned earlier something about having some children.
Yes, sir, I found out back in, I can't remember what month it was when we found out, I have twins on the way here in March.
So the last incident happened in December 21.
Yes, sir, and I think that was when they arrested me at the report.
And you still owe some fines?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How much?
Can't remember off the top of my head, but I think it was close down to 200 because they I missed a month payment and they had like a $250 charge to it. So like that kind of brought it back up and I started chipping back down on this and stuff.
sorry,
Well, it has been used, so there's some comment there about concerned about this vocabulary attitude. But it speaks volumes to his pharmacist is here in Hawthorne. And she says she can trust him, and I think she'd find a better position to judge that than he does.
I think you need to clear up some of those fines too. Hold them up, get it, that's what the board is. I think it's- you don't need to skip out on. That $200, you can pay it, get it done. Once those twins get here, you're not gonna have.
So true.
Yeah, you got a huge life altering period laid out before you. And, I don't know if anything really prepares you for it, but being from Stonewall. It's good that Betsy's here. She's doing me a huge favor. I don't know
Which I would say, well, I kind of be quiet. I have to say.
for sure.
Well, what I will say, approval of all him getting those fines paid off. Go ahead.
That's probably.
As soon as you get those fines paid off. If you're right, once baby's born, there he goes.
Here. But you understand what we're saying?
Yes, sir. It's a fail from families and since I had twins on the way, I feel need to be more prepared for that. And all the pretty much like you said, getting stoned or drunk or anything of the sort. That's like added questions if I maybe get a license. Having a license is a big responsibility.
Chronologically, you're growing up. And you're gonna be a father. It is a sobering time to realize your responsibility. You can't be a kid anymore. I never acted like that as a kid, so I can't even truly relate to. I didn't, you could have added up the entire number of beer I drank before I graduated high school and picked. I probably ate 10 times as much peanut butter to cover up the smell of it. But there was no way I was going home with my folks to know that I had been drinking alcohol, let's go and get arrested. So, you have to put those things behind you. And if we give you this right, don't make a fool of us. Because if you do it again, you will be found out.
Yeah, when you're young, people tell you, Chris, don't lie. But when you become an adult, they say have courage. There's a difference. You gotta step up.
I feel like I've realized the mistakes I've made, and I've learned a lot from them, and anyone that was trying to have a negative impact influence in any sort of way, pretty much shut that down. Like as soon as I found out, as soon as I found out I was having a kid, I know me and my girlfriend, we talked about it and discussed everything. Like we both realized, like, hey, this is your responsibility. Like we no partying, like we have to be prepared. We have 9 months now to prepare for this, and we're bringing a kid in the world. You want to make sure you give them a better life than you had as a child. And so we set up pretty good so far. And I haven't smoked in a very long time. It's been over a few months. But like I said, I did drink some on the back end around my birthday.
So tell me, over a few months, like how many months?
Since probably, let's see, 7 months. Say probably around May, sometime towards the end of the summer. Yeah, so
So May is the middle of spring.
So if I can just interject, because I'm gonna probably vote no on the motion to grant, just based on the pay of it. So I'm gonna vote no without at least giving my thoughts here. You've been employed in the pharmacy since August of 2021, and in that time, you've had trouble with law, you've also admitted to smoking while you were there. And I do agree, I think having a pharmacist show up here is a great thing, but I can't vote to release you behind that counter, to have them access to what's behind that counter with the current, what in my mind, current is. I want to see you continue to, mature and stay gainfully employed. But for me, the amount of time that's passed, it's not great enough. I think to get behind that counter and start dispensing medications, there has to be a certain level of personal accountability that has to be in place, and I don't feel comfortable that you're quite there. So.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
If the board were to approve you subject to paying the fines, what would you do to determine what's still owed with regard to fines?
I'm sorry, I kind of misunderstood the question. You want to do that for me? I'm sorry.
How would you figure out how much you owe in all your fines paid?
I have, I haven't paid, I just have to review it, that they give me pretty much like a receipt to show me how much I have. It has like each fine that I have, how much the charge is, and what each payment has went to for what each charge. So I'll just review that, and then from there, I'll just figure out over the course of the next few weeks how much money I can deduct from like each paycheck to put into this ticket.
So you have a stack of receipts that you would look through, is that what you're saying?
It's just one paper. I have them all in like a folder. So every time you give it to me, like I just keep up with them that way. If I ever need to review it, see like if maybe if it's saying I didn't pay a fine, I did pay, I would have a receipt to show it.
So how many payments have you made?
About 6 pages.
Do you maintain a spreadsheet of what you paid and what's still owed, like balancing a checkbook?
Sort of. I just have it in a folder that I keep up with, and I have how much I owe, like circled down. It's It's like, I just keep up with my receipts, and then each receipt will like tell me how much I have left after the month of it, and then I have the data like highlighted on them. So I can keep track of, you know, my months and keep them all.
The reason I'm asking these questions is that as a pharmacy tech, you're going to have to be concerned with detail and being precise and specific about things involving numbers. So that's why I was asking the question. I think that's extremely important for a pharmacy tech.
I expressed concern that maybe you're a little too much, or a little cavalier with your attitude toward these, but that presence of your pharmacist spoke to me. That's what I clarified, that these events occurred over a year ago. But then you said that you spoke, whether it was May or late summer, let's say plus or minus the last 6 months. And so you're just talking out of it. One thing we look at is we're looking at how recent these problems occurred, and have you shown a trend that is sustainable, that you are not involved with drug or alcohol? And the fact that you've been in a pharmacy, you should have done. You weren't licensed as a technician, but still in that environment. You had this event that happened in December where you got arrested, that should have been eye-waking enough. But yet, even since then, you have used marijuana. So not over than that.
Good motion.
So I don't want to give some of the same option to Dave earlier, yeah, so if you have the option to withdraw your application. So if you wanted to come back in the future, you don't have to check that you've been denied license. Again, that's your call. If we make a motion to deny your application today, then when you reapply, you'll have to check yes.
And that'll be a hard hurdle. There's a withdrawal, come back one more time, no record, nothing to add, and you have to pay. Yeah. That would be, in my opinion, the best.
You still have to.
It helps the store too.
Yeah,
Because
that's
it-
what I would do.
Because that way, no one says, well, I saw them there, that's one, that's working the front, that was also denied.
Right.
Could be seen as negative for the store.
Like, I totally agree, and I appreciate y'all giving me an opportunity to do that, because it's a great man, but, just maybe just a little bit more time than it.
And I just want to say, I don't think that you're a bad person.
Yeah.
You seem like a good person. It's just the time frame. So I want you to walk out, feeling like you feel like that you're bad, a bad person, and that's one thing. But like I said earlier, appreciate what I said, it just needs to be.
That good with you?
Yes, sir.
You understand?
So, just to clarify, I withdraw my application for the moment, just focus on my fine, get that paid off, and then reapply.
In the future.
What's the time frame, like in the future with it, I mean, to have a longer period of time where you can show.
I hate to pigeonhole anybody, but I mean, with what we've been saying is 6 months to a year, but I don't want to.
Well, I mean,
It'll have to be reevaluated, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, in a year, would give him a chance to basically have his stuff paid off.
Right.
And to show a whole other year of success separated from
Right.
anything else to do. Don't get any more trouble, don't get another failure to appear, better pay fine.
Don't smoke anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're working for good people, so you're blessed.
Yeah.
So, I don't ever really put a cap on it. I mean, I think a year, I'm gonna say.
But just long enough to where we feel good about the consistency.
Okay, do we have anything else?
So we won't make a motion. Since you're going to withdraw, so there's no motion.
There will be.
What is the process for withdrawal? I mean, just,
No, we'll mark it as withdrawal.
okay, okay.
And that way, there's no negative action on it. And then, in a year, if he's still working there, still wants to be a tech, he can submit another application. He'll come back to this, but he'll be able to say, it's been a year since I've seen you guys.
Yeah.
Here's what's,
Bring all the documentation.
I've changed X number of diapers.
Yeah.
Don't bring it up.
Not bringing it for that.
And I'll send a letter reflecting on it today. And explain the options there.
Right.
I just want to say thank you for coming in, because I know it's probably not an easy thing for you to come in today, and so thank you for being.
Well, thank you for listening, and thank you for this opportunity, so sure. Yeah, I appreciate it. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you all. Now, take care.
Thank you.
What she said?
What do you mean? Oh, yeah, loaded. That's me. I think it might have. Some of them.
Hello, how are you doing?
We're driving.
So Ms. Cochran, I'm John Kirtley, I'm the director of the Board of Pharmacy. I'll tell you who you're speaking with this morning, just a couple of things about this procedure. On this side of the table, these are pharmacy board members. They are actually the people who are here to make decisions on your application today. We've got Mr. Harold Simpson, Dr. Lynn Kraus, Dr. Lenore Newsom, Dr. Brian Jolly, and Dr. Rodney Richmond. Unless we are staff here at the board, myself, Dr. McCrae, our assistant director, Ms. Ashley Bells is our legal counsel. We're here today, you've got an application for a pharmacy technician registration, and on that, make sure that we'll let the board members have just received the same information that you have in front of you, and you did let us know that something's going to come up on it, which is what they're going to talk to you about in just a moment. I'll turn it over to our staff to give the board members an overview of what we found on the application, and then they're going to want to have a discussion with you. At the end of this, the important thing is you can either agree or disagree with whatever decision they come up with. If you agree with it, we can go forward with whatever they tell us to do. If you do not agree with it, it gives you the chance to either kind of say, forget this and walk away, or to request a hearing before the full board at a later date. Full board is all 8 members of the board, hearing officer, the court reporter, we swear everybody in, and it looks a lot more like going to court, which probably call this informal. A couple questions for you. Do you understand why you're here today?
Yes.
And are there any questions you have about how the process works?
Not really, I just, am interested to see how it works. I've never, done this before.
And recognizing you've never been before, at some point, if you've got a question about what's going on or anything else, by all means, we want you to ask. You can wave your hands or get our attention if we don't notice it, but any question you have, please feel free to ask us, and we'll try to help explain it.
Okay.
That will turn over staff.
We brought Ms. Cochran in front of the committee this morning, based on some incidents that she disclosed to us and that were reflected in her background check. The first one is an incident from November 1997. It's possession of controlled substance marijuana and a criminal impersonation, which she gave a statement to the police officers. She pled guilty to those charges and complied with the court orders. And then there's another incident in January 2007. Ms. Cochran was arrested for DWI, driver's license, no insurance, child passenger safety protection. She pled guilty to the DWI, and the other charges were merged, and then she complied with those court orders as well.
You wanna tell us about this time in your life? Excuse me. Yes, ma'am. When I was younger, I was like, just, I guess you said loud, and I was very spoiled when I was raised. I was the only girl with 3 older brothers, so I basically got my way and then I kind of patterned after my older brothers. So, yeah, I've changed since then. You know, I haven't been in any trouble since then. I learned my lesson. So, and I also became a mom. I'm a 4 now and a grandmother. So, yeah.
So you wanna be a pharmacy technician?
Yes.
Why do you wanna be a pharmacy technician?
I was looking for a job anyway, and I saw that position open, so I thought it's just something interesting that I've never done before. I've never even thought about it, but when I read the info on the position, it was just something that interested me. So I wanted to try to pursue it.
So where is this position?
At Walgreens
In which town?
in Jacksonville. And I have been hired there, but right now I'm working in the store, I'm not actually in the pharmacy.
Okay.
15 years since the last issue.
You don't use marijuana now,
No, sir.
you know, nothing, marijuana for.
No, sir.
Motion that we approve per application.
So,
Have a motion and a second, any further discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Any nays? Motion passes. They're looking at you for
So we'll get you back at our staff up front. There has been a change. When you had applied in October, that permit would have only been valid for like 2 months. And because we crossed past December 31st, it would be valid for 2 years. So there's a $35 fee, so because it would be for a much longer period of time. So.
So, will I have to pay that today?
Well, or whenever to get the permit, that would get it updated to the application we're for this year, which would last for 2 years instead of, if you got it in October, the crazy thing is in October, you'd have got it, it would have expired December 31st, you'd had to pay $70 for 2 years. So we're actually prorating it for you to have it as a discount.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Good luck. Absolutely.
no, I had feelings for close.
Oh, I got my same.
You good?
Oh,
Yeah, I was gonna say,
That's one of the.
I water on that wall.
Good morning.
All right, we're on, Bianca Reed.
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Reed, I'm John Carroll, I'm Director of the Board. I am going to take it real quick, pass those down, about who you're talking to in this process. Real quick, process quick, several times. On your right and my left, these are 5 of our pharmacy board members who are decision makers here today on your application. We've got Mr. Harold Simpson, Dr. Lynn Krause, Dr. Lenore Newsom, who's the chair of the Informal Committee, Dr. Brian Jolly, and Dr. Roger Griffin. On the other side, we are staff members here at the board, myself, Dr. Craig Associate Director, Ms. Ashley Bales, and our legal counsel. In this process, the board members have just this morning, or they're pulling up right now, they are getting a copy of exactly what you have, which is your application. They're also passing on this letter that you brought with you. So they're reading it right now. In a moment, I'll turn over to staff to give an overview of why we're here today, and then the board members are going to want to talk to you about your application. At some point, they're going to suggest some action. It could be to approve it, it could be to deny it, it could be to say we reconsider it in some amount of time. But whatever they come up with, you can either agree or disagree with. If you agree with it, we go forward with whatever they say. If you disagree, you kind of have the choice of saying, forget this and walk away, or to request a formal hearing before the full board at a later date. The full board is 8 members, and there would be a hearing officer, a court reporter, would swear everybody in. It looks a lot more like going to court. It's just probably even more stressful and formal. So a couple questions for you. Do you understand why you're here today?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions about how this process works?
No, sir.
If at any point during this, you need to ask us a question, or you're confused, you want clarification, get our attention and ask any questions you have. We realize you've never been in that seat before, we have to answer.
Yes. We brought Ms. Reed in front of the committee this morning, based on her criminal history, which she did disclose to us in her application. There was an incident on May 2nd, 2018, which was arrested for theft of property for shoplifting, it's a misdemeanor. She was sentenced to fines and court costs. She attended a theft class and was barred from Target. Once she completed those obligations, the case was dismissed. And there's as Dr. Kirk said, there's a letter from a reference for your review.
You want to tell us about that incident?
Listen, so during that time, I was really struggling financially. I had just lost my job and was trying to get a new job, and I just needed some items in the moment, not thinking to ask anybody because I don't believe in asking for help. It's kind of hard to ask your parents for help when they're not used to helping you. So it was just a thing of in a moment, thinking and not really just thinking through. But since then, if I can't afford it, or if I can't purchase it in the moment, I've learned my lesson. That was something that I never wanted to experience. Being in court or having to go to a jail or anything of that nature was terrifying. I've never been in that position, so I don't ever want to put myself back in that position again. So that was pretty much.
So what are you doing right now? What are you doing?
I'm a flight attendant, and while I was in school for pharmacy technician, I learned the job as pharmacy tech at Walgreens, just like that.
This is your father,
Yes, sir.
what are
I'm board, which is with American. I've been doing it since May.
What things did you attempt to shop with, sorry?
If I'm not mistaken, it was a charger. I'm not really sure.
Was it a combination, did you pay for some things, but didn't pay for others?
Yes, sir.
Did you forget to pay for them, or you intentionally didn't pay?
Some of those things I did intentionally did not pay for.
Now, the letter is from someone named Laura Walter.
Yes.
Can you tell me who that is?
Yes, so she has been mentoring me for the last almost 5 years. Just within life and within schooling, things that I want to do with my future. She has kind of been the person that I could talk to. She's a little older than I am. She's experienced more things than I have, and we have different upbringings, but kind of have been through the same similarities. So she's the person that I'm connected to talk to about some of the things that I have going on in life, from growing up with my parents and my grandmother till what I'm doing currently.
Okay, so she's a mentor, but not like in the pharmacy industry.
No, sir.
And then, it says you went to a pharmacy technical school?
Yes, sir.
Did you graduate or?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so
We
what-
graduated on December 15th, 16th, 15th or 16th. It was a Friday.
where was that at?
Arkansas Education Career Center downtown.
Okay. And so, it's just a one incident from 6/2018.
Right, and it was technically dismissed because she applied for it.
Yeah.
I like the entertainment motion, discussion.
Yeah.
I like the entertainment motion.
I'll make a motion that we allow this lady.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Any nays? The motion passes. Okay, you're good license. Thank you so much.
So Ms. Reed, two things. When you had originally applied, if you had gotten it that day, it would have expired a month later. There would have been a $70 fee to renew it for 2 years. And instead of charging the $70 to get it 2 years, I think we were generally able to prorate it and just charge 35 since it'd be a 2-year permit.
Okay.
Now, the other thing is there's only 2 emergency exits from this room. And if you look, one is here. You probably have that down pretty well.
I'll try my best.
You realize going from, the airlines to pharmacy, going from frying pan to fire.
Yes, I do.
But at least you have your feet on the ground all
Oh, let's do Okay.
Don't disable the smoke detector.
No, I don't like to mess with anything that will cause me to have to, paperwork or smoke detector, anything like that. I just- Okay, good luck. Thank you so much.
I'd say, so. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
So far as the process.
I need to get my, right, on any other seat. Pamela Ethinger.
All right. Ms. Eppinger, I'm John Curley, I'm the director of the Board of Pharmacy. I'm going to tell you real quick who you're talking to this morning and a couple things about this process. We see that you have a pharmacy technician application, and that you let us know, you did not let us know, but we found a couple things that came back on it that the board is going to talk to you about in just a moment. On this side table, these are the 5 board members here with us today. They're decision makers. We've got Mr. Harold Simpson, Dr. Lynn Krause, Dr. Lenore Newsom, who's the chair of this committee, Dr. Brian Jolly, Dr. Rodney Christian. While myself on this side of the table, we are staff members here at the board. Myself, Dr. Craig is our assistant director, Ms. Ashley Bill is our lead counsel. In this process, in a moment, I will turn over to our staff to tell us why we're here today, specifically what we had found in the background check, and the board members want to talk to you about that. At the end of the discussion, they generally will come up with some suggestion for what they want to do. It could be to approve the permit, to deny the application, to say we reconsider in some amount of time. The important thing for you is you can either agree or disagree with whatever they come up with. If you agree with it, we go forward with whatever they ask us to do. If you disagree, it gives you the chance to either say, forget this and walk away from it, or to request a hearing for the full board at a later date. And just so you know, the full board it's all 8 members of the board. There's a hearing officer, a court reporter, swear everybody in. It looks actually a lot more like going to court, which is why we call that one formal and this one informal, since it's a little more of a conversation. So a couple questions for you. Do you understand why you're here today?
Yes.
And what questions do you have about the process? All right, if you come up with a question during this or you need some clarification, by all means, I realize you've never been in front of the board or have been in that chair, so if you've got questions, stop us and ask any questions you got.
We brought Ms. Evans are in, today, based on the following. When she went to get fingerprinted for her pharmacy tech application, they discovered a warrant for her arrest for a felony forgery second. And she did go to court in November, and the charges were dropped. And we'll have to get Ms. Evanger's explanation. We don't have a lot of details about that incident.
All right, you want to tell us about what happened?
I was in the formal tech program here, and I was unaware that I had anything on my name until I went for my fingerprint. And when I got there, they said that I had did a forgery, which I had no understanding of. And, when I was in there doing my fingerprint, I kept asking what was going on, nobody would tell me. And then when I went to court, they just said it was going out, because they said I tried to do, fraud my insurance. And he showed proof that he did, purchase it online, and they didn't know. But before all that, I had no regulation that I was even in the room.
Come on up, if you're gonna have a seat, just let the board members know who you are.
I'm just John Shepherd. I'm not trustworthy, and I was going to town, I had previously got a ticket in my home, and I asked for her to take my insurance card to the court. And then she took it up there, she gave it to them, and they ran it, and they said they couldn't do it up. So they said that she did forgery, bring the documentation to them. So that's when I called and asked what's going on. They said they couldn't find the insurance. I said, okay, that's fine, and just pay the whole ticket. So I paid the whole ticket. Followed up with them, and then later on, that's when she found out that they put a forgery thing on for the insurance. Therefore, I went back and put it on my bank statement where I purchased the insurance, and that's how I used to do it.
So she was, you said you drive trucks, so it's probably kind of a crazy schedule you ride in town.
Yeah, I was,
And you needed to show proof of insurance for some reason, and you asked her to just take the insurance proof to the, okay. Car insurance, I'm assuming.
yeah, it's not insurance.
You both are covered under that same policy,
It was just my vehicle.
just yours.
Yeah, I was, she just stated that, and show the proof, so they could throw the ticket out. So when they ran the insurance, they said they didn't pull it up, so they called it for, and she's wrong, but I was in Connecticut at the time. I'm unaware, so I called them back and they're like, well, we can find it. I'm trying to get the full ticket, that's fine. So I paid the full ticket. And I thought that was really the end of it. And wrong, she would be clear for us.
She was ready for you to stay in Connecticut. So she was probably ready for you to stay in Connecticut at that point.
But then I put up the bank statement, showed them the bank statement, I showed them where I purchased the insurance. I purchased it online, so sometimes and it's pretty cool, no process.
And are you, did you say you were in a technical program, like a learning program?
I was in the pharmacy, pharmacy technician program prior to before I even found out that anything was on my record.
Okay.
I didn't know anything about it.
Where was that at?
Miss Carla Daniels, I think she's down the street from here. She does the pharmacy tech program with us.
Okay.
And I was in her, it was like 80 program.
And then are you currently employed somewhere, or I guess, do you have plans to, like, you know, something lined up for a pharmacy tech job?
I put in applications and everything, they just told me whenever I get my license or figure out what's going on, then they'll let me know from there. Because when we graduated from there, they had people come in, like Walgreens and Red River, and they just told me whenever I figure out what's going on here, then they give them contact.
Why do you want to be a pharmacy tech?
Just this year, and it's something that I want to do.
Any other questions to discussion?
Move that we approve the tech license.
So,
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Any nays? Motion passes.
So,
Here's your license.
Ms. Ettinger, when you had applied, that application would have expired, the permit would have expired in December. And now this year, if we process it, it'll be good for 2 years. Instead of charging you $70 to renew it, it's just a $35 fee, since it would be, good for twice as long. If that makes sense. So since it's a 2-year permit instead of like a 6-month permit. And they can straighten that out. They explained it to me and I think I understand it, but
Got so much.
absolutely.
Y'all have a good one.
Thank you. Yes. We're good. 5-minute break.
See you guys.
Rachel too.
or?
Okay, we're live now.
Okay. Ms. Finley, and
Yes,
who you bring with you?
this is my husband, Willis Finley.
All right, hey, I'm John Kirtley, I'm the director of the Board of Pharmacy. I'm gonna tell you real quick who you're talking to and a couple of things about this process. On this side of the table, these are 5 of our pharmacy board members that are decision makers here today in their application. We have Mr. Harold Simpson, Dr. Lynn Krause, Dr. Lenore Newsom, who's the chair of this committee, Dr. Brian Jolly, Dr. Rodney Richmond. On the other side of the table is myself, Dr. Emma Craig, who's our assistant director, and Ms. Ashley Mills, who's our legal counsel. In this process, in a moment, I'll turn over to our staff, just tell us real quick why we're here on your application, and then the board members will want to talk to you about that for a moment. At some point, they're going to have some suggestion for what action they would want to take. It could be anything from approve the application to deny the application to something in between, which we won't know until they come up with it. The main important point is whatever they come up with, you can either agree or disagree. If you agree with it, we go forward with whatever they instruct us to do. If you disagree, it gives you a chance to either say, forget this, walk away from it, or to request a hearing before the full board at a later date. We call this informal. The full board is all 8 members, a hearing officer, a court reporter. We swear everybody in, and it's a little more formal, just like going to court. 2 questions for you. You understand why you're here?
Yes, sir.
You have any questions about how this works? If at any point during this, you do have a question, or you need to have a sidebar with your husband or anything else, let us know. We'll be happy to answer any questions you have or give you that time.
We brought Ms. Finley in today in front of the committee based on some, well, just one item that showed up in her criminal background that she did disclose on her application. Back in 2004, she was charged with felony hot check violations for the amount totaling over $200. She initially failed to appear to court in 2005. She took care of that and they set aside the warrant. Eventually, in 2006, the case was dropped or no cross because she paid restitution. I'm sorry, she did not disclose on this vote.
Okay, you wanna, how you do today?
I'm doing good, how are you?
All right, wanna tell us about what happened?
About exactly what happened with the whole hot checks or the reason why.
Both of those?
Well, actually, I was in the process of divorce at the time. And my estranged husband at the time, when I left the residence, my checks were still on the premises. So the hot checks were not actually written by me. They were written by my estranged husband at the time. And when I did get this, and I was going through my divorce, when I actually found out about the checks, and my attorney said that we can either, well, it's gonna be pay the fines, end up paying the fines regardless, because it is just your account. And even though he forged my signature, or I would have to prove that it wasn't my signature, which would have been more costing than actually paying the fine and the.
So, how are you gonna get pharmacy papers?
Well, actually, I've had to change careers. I've actually been a photographer, professional photographer for over 20 years. And I was recently diagnosed with PR malformation. I've had decompression surgery and actually just had a shunt put in 3 weeks ago. And I want to be more homebound, not more running all over the place and traveling. I want to be able to just be when we live like only 2 blocks from the pharmacy of the hospital at JRNC. And that's going to be a lot better for me. I have to go back to work because my husband just had a stroke. He runs the video conferencing for the stages.
UAMS, I do the AR6.
AR6. He can work from home, but he's lost another job. He used to be a postal service man. And so I'm gonna have to go back to work so we can.
And so you were doing walking business and work?
Pretty much, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you have to look for a place to park.
Yes,
Walking work, yeah. Okay.
Yes,
Go ahead.
So the prosecutor decided not to prosecute. What convinced the prosecutor not to prosecute?
What convinced the person? After they, I guess because after my attorney spoke with them in chambers, they decided, because for one, I paid all the fines and I paid all the hot checks off. And then they put it as a non-cross. And as far as I was concerned, and my whole work, it's never came up when I had another background check. But
That's the
apparently,
first time she had a big background check for the church, 'cause I'm also a Methodist pastor.
and I worked for Baptist, St. Vincent's, UAMS, and I've never had it come up on my record as a issue because it was supposed to be a non-cross. And, I thought it was supposed to be off there or sealed, which I probably need to call my attorney and have some words and see why it's not.
But I think when it's probably not in most cases, but when you go for certain things like pharmacy, state police.
Pharmacy had to be different from, doing the background check through the other hospitals that I work for and for churches. So,
It's,
Yeah.
so it's, Dr. Kirkland, I'm speaking correctly, but it's a different type of background check.
Yeah.
It's not like a state police background check, it's more of an FBI background check.
okay,
And so sealed records still show up on the FBI. And that's because the Board of Pharmacy is a licensing board, has the ability to do the background check. So I don't think you need to contact your attorney and
Yeah.
well, I say, that's in here, it's just a different type of background.
right,
So,
Yeah, it's more thorough, just like, I mean, you know, if you're getting a state and federal background check to be a school teacher where you have access to kids, it's the same.
Right.
We'll see, you know, at times we even see the goofy stuff you did when you were 15 years old and straight into high school, which is juvenile. We don't consider it, but we might still see it.
see it.
Right.
So I was asking, so did you graduate high school? Because
Yes.
the transcript we have doesn't look like it's complete. Like there's nothing on the second semester of your senior year.
Oh, well, I graduated early that year
Okay,
because I had too many credits.
I got you.
So I actually only went for the first semester.
Okay,
I only needed a half a credit to graduate.
yeah, they signed it, but it says graduation date, and it didn't really, it looked like it was signed, but maybe I guess the graduation date is 5/17/01. So you graduated
I actually
Finished.
walked with my class at the end of the year.
in May. Okay,
And I was actually pregnant that year,
okay.
and then I ended up miscarrying my daughter.
Uh,
And so I didn't even finish the semester because I didn't have to.
Yeah, I understand that.
I understand the circumstances, it's been over, 16 years. I pointed this out just because being a technician and being in the pharmacy industry, details matter.
Oh, yes, sir.
So on the application, you answered no. I understand that you thought it was dismissed, therefore you didn't have to dispose of it. But the sentence says, have you ever been cited,
Cited, yes.
arrested, charged? So it didn't ask what was the outcome.
Right,
That's
right.
taken
And that's what
away.
I went and looked at too after they came back and I was like, well, I thought it said convicted, so it's more of me assuming and not actually reading actual details.
But I encourage you, if you get your license, and you read the prescription, you don't
Oh.
assume anything.
Oh, yes, sir.
When you read it for detail,
Yes,
okay? So it's not trying to read what you think it intends, but what does it say?
yes, sir.
Okay, do we have any further discussion? Okay,
I mean, we'll make a motion.
oh, have a motion? Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Any nays? The motion passes.
So to let you know, if you had been granted your application, when you first applied, September, October, it would have expired in December, and there would have been a $70 fee to extend it into this year through next year.
Right.
Instead of being a $70 fee, just to change it to an application like it was for this year, each 2 years, it's $35. And they can take care of that. up front.
Okay, perfect.
It's not that we're trying to double down, we're actually trying to give you a program.
Yeah, hey, that's great.
That is
Yeah.
great.
I know the guy at the pharmacy at, the hospital is gonna be tickled to death, because he's been
Yeah.
calling her about every 4 or 5 days for a little over 2 months now.
Yeah.
Have you heard anything yet?
Yeah.
Heard anything yet? So that'll be good.
Well, thank you.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
JR. JR.
already walked the board, but I get food. I think can be part of the space. They cover the night shift from everybody. And I had to go by Mrs. Barrett's papers in the morning times and that bridge.
Is it Ms. Kinlow?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Kinlow, I'm John Curtley, I'm the director of the Farms Board. I'm gonna tell you who you're talking to today up here and a little bit about the process. On this side of the table, these are all pharmacy board members, they're decision makers today on your application. Dr. Gerald Simpson, Dr. Lynn Kraus, Dr. Lenore Newsom, Dr. Brian Jolly, and Dr. Rodney Richmond. And Dr. Newsom is the chair of our committee. On this side, it's myself, Dr. Brenda McCray, our assistant director here at the board office, and Ms. Ashley Bells, who is our attorney. In this process, in a moment, I'm going to turn over to our staff to tell the board members why we're here today. There were a couple of things back in your background check that you did not tell us would show up. And in that process, after they hear about it, they're going to talk to you about it. At some point, they're going to have a suggestion for what they want to do with your application, whether they want to approve it or deny it, or say they reconsider it some other date. But whatever they come up with, you can either agree or disagree with. If you agree with it, we go forward with whatever they ask us to do. If you disagree, it gives you a chance to either kind of say, forget this and walk away from it, or to ask for a hearing for the full board, we would call it a formal hearing. Because all 8 members, the hearing officer and court reporter would swear everybody in, kind of like you see in court. It's just a more formal procedure. So 2 questions for you. Do you know why you're here today?
Yes.
And do you have any questions about how the process works?
I just wanna go on with it. I'm not sure.
Okay, that's on, we are not muted, but you cannot put the computer and her both on microphones today. With that, if you have any questions during this process, don't hesitate to ask us. We realize you've never sat in that chair before and it can be confusing. Other things we ask that you speak up, and I try to do that. I'm told I'm loud anyway, because only microphone is on a little camera stand over here. We have to be able to hear. Okay.
We brought Ms. Kinlow for the committee this morning, as Dr. Curtin indicated, she did not disclose this on our application, but we found 2 incidents from 2017. The first one, August 24th, 2017, was a first-degree assault on a family or household member, which was a misdemeanor, and an aggravated assault that was a misdemeanor. She pled no contest to those charges and was sentenced to 12 months suspended. No contact order was issued between her and the victim. And she was assigned domestic violence and anger management classes. The record shows that she complied with the court on that. The second incident was a couple of months later, on August 22nd, 2017. Heresy, threat, and first-degree felony, and domestic battery, and the third-degree misdemeanor, and those charges were non-crossed or dropped.
Okay. You want to tell us what went on in your life at that time?
The first incident was with my kid's father. For the next day, I was over to his house to pick up. We had been out of town all summer, so school was getting ready to start, and he called me and told me to come pick up a pair of shoes for over summer. So I went out there, and while I was there, he was arguing with somebody already when I asked it. So I'm like, give me shoes, I can go. And so it went from him being mad at her to talking crazy to me. So while I was getting the stuff he was supposed to give me, he was sitting smoking my face. And so that's how the incident started. And when I got home, he started texting my phone saying his cousin was out in the police and no fresh charges on me, and I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna do that. And so it went from there. They went on with what they did, what they said they were gonna do.
second?
Yeah.
Did you have a second? Your brother?
Yes.
Okay.
So, that day, him and my cousin were my brother was living with me at the time. And so him and my cousin were like barbecue that day, and my brother he was with his son's mother at the time, and she had 3 other kids. So, they were all in my house. I was on the couch sleeping. And they were outside most of the day. My brother and my cousin, they were outside most of the day. And so, pretty much what happened was they all had too much to drink. And when I said something to one of the kids that kept, going in and out of my kitchen all day. Like they had paper wrappers everywhere. So at some point I said, don't go back in the kitchen, the food will be done in a few minutes. And so my brother came in while I was telling them that. And I don't know how he processed it. I don't know. To him, he thought I was being on to them like too much. So I'm like, it's my first time saying something to them. And they are getting trash everywhere, eating up everything. So we got into I went to walk outside and he kind of pushed me, and that's how it went into that. And after that, he came to court the next morning. Well, first of all, they took me because of the first incident with my sons and my kids' dad. So that's the only reason they took me that day. So, he came to court the next morning and told the judge that he was intoxicated. And that's how it started.
All right, so nothing since then?
Yeah.
All right, and why do you want to be a pharmacy technician?
Because I've been working in the medical field for a little while, and I just like, when I first found out about the job, my first time I ever heard of it, I was like, that's something I want to do. It's kind of interested the first time I heard it.
Okay, so what, you heard about a job? You heard about a job or have you?
Well, the first time I heard about being a pharmacist, type of pharmacy tech, the very first time I ever heard of it, I was like, okay. So it sounded like something I want to do.
Okay, so you haven't had any exposure to the job?
No.
And what are you currently doing for a living?
I am a substitute teacher, university teacher.
Have you talked to anybody about jobs?
I've had an interview, but they didn't go forward with the record. I tried since then.
Maybe that's, what school system are you?
Little Rock School District.
I have a question. In the first instance, one of assault on a family or household member, it was on your husband?
No, my children's father,
Okay.
which he assaulted me, but how it went was because I didn't call the police first, they just went to his school.
I'm just curious. Were you living with the children's father at the time?
No. He was living with me before we left for the summer, so by the time I got back, he was just living by himself.
But you were separated at that.
He was living, like, we left, like, at the end of the school year, stayed in Texas the whole summer, so before we left, Texas, he was living with me.
So
when I,
at that time, was he a member of your household?
pretty much, he just was at his mom's house because we were gone the whole summer.
And you pled guilty basically as a part of the deal?
Yeah, eventually I did because I didn't have the money. I had a whole meltdown because I don't want to admit to it, but I can't afford it. I guess.
And you were represented by a lawyer.
Mhm.
Okay.
Dr.
Motion.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye. Any nays? All right, so you'll be allowed to, get your license today and get looking to pharmacy career. I think it's something to your life. If you can do the local arts school, you can do a pharmacy. Sure.
Ms. Kinlow, the original application was several months ago. It would have expired, that permit would have expired at the end of last year, which would mean you had to pay $70 to get back up for 2 more years. But instead of $70, we're going to prorate that for $35, like we had just got an application. It would be an extra $35 instead of extra $70. And they can explain that to you up front. Thank you.
I got a thing for somebody else. Am I perfect?
No. But am I trying to do that? Awesome.
What's that? Sorry.
Good morning.
This is Leslie Harvey.
Let's see. Sorry, how are you doing this morning?
Okay.
I'm John Curtin. I'm going to tell you a little bit about this process and who you're talking to. On this side of the table, these are 5 of our pharmacy board members who are decision makers on your application. We have Mr. Harold Simpson next to me, Lynn Krause, Dr. Lenora Newsom, who's the chair of this important committee, Dr. Brian Jolly, and Dr. Rodney Richmond. And on this side of the table, we're staff members here in the office, myself, Dr. Brenda Craig is our assistant director, and Ms. Ashley Bell is our legal counsel. In this process, in a moment, I'll let our staff give an overview of what had happened with your application. And you did let us know that something would show up, so thank you for that. And then the board members will want to talk to you about it for a minute.
Okay.
At some point, they're going to come up with some suggested action. It could be to approve your application, deny your application, say they reconsider for some amount of time. We don't know until they come up with that. The important thing for you is you can either agree or disagree with whatever they say. If you agree with it, we just go forward with it, whatever they have instructed us to do. If you disagree with it, it gives you a chance to either say, forget this and walk away from it, or to request a formal hearing before the full board at a later time. We call this informal because it's just part of us, and we're just talking back and forth across the table. Full board meeting is 8 members, a hearing officer, board reporter, we swear everybody in as witnesses, and it's just a formal process like you'd see in a courtroom. So 2 questions. Do you understand why you're here today?
Yes.
Do you have any questions how the process works?
Yeah.
If at any point during this you need to ask us a question, realize you never sat in that chair, by all means, get our attention and ask any questions you have, we'll be happy to answer. Okay. So,
We brought Ms. Harvey in front of the committee this morning, based on 3 incidents which she did disclose to us and provided statements regarding those incidents. The first one was June 26, 2011. It was felony fraudulent use of a credit card out of Warren County, Tennessee. She used another person's credit card to obtain cash. The disposition on that case says it was retired on October 27, 2011, if there were no loan charges. Second incident is from December 9, 2012, which is theft of property where she was arrested by the police department. She pled guilty in our record regarding that incident. And then the third incident was from 2015, January 2015, it was shoplifting arrest by Moran Police Department. She pled guilty to that and paid fines and court costs, completed a new learning class, and was had no contact with Walmart.
Okay. You wanna tell us what, happened?
So, sorry, the first one. Okay, so back in Martin, Tennessee, I think I just turned 18. My boyfriend's aunt asked me to go to the bank for her. She didn't know me before. Her name is Crystal. And, she gave me the card. I didn't even get to look at it. She wrote the pin down on a little post-it note on the card. Put it in there, I pulled the money out, brought it back here. I mean, it was probably a month that went by before anything was brought up ever again. I was actually at my job, I worked at Wendy's, and an officer came in there, and he was like, he asked for me, and he was like, we got you on camera at ATM using a card, and the man who owns it says that it wasn't like, I wasn't given permission to use it. And so I literally had no idea what he was talking about at the time. So once I got into the jail, she had shown up there. She bailed me out and everything, Crystal, and she explained to, once we got the court hearing, she explained to us that it was her like boyfriend or whatever at the time, it was his card. And so he ended up coming up there and having the charges dropped because he didn't realize that she sent me to him. So that whole thing was basically just a misunderstanding. And then, the shoplifting, the first one, I was pretty young. And right around then, I got, diagnosed with leukemia, so I really didn't face any consequences from that, so I didn't learn a lesson, and then I moved to gym. And at that time, it was because, I had kids and like, I couldn't work at the time, I just felt it and they were miserable, I could go back to work. And it's been a while since that happened, and I constantly instilled in my kids that stealing is not, it's not worth it. You're better off going without whatever it is you think you need than to steal, because it affects a lot of things. They learn at school, you know, the effects of crime with their future. And so I'm pretty honest and open with them about everything. So I've been learning more that stealing isn't right. Even though I don't, and it still affects what happens to me.
So the incident that happened in December 2012, what did you steal?
I don't know, it's been a long time ago. I know, the one in 2015 was baby formula and food, and I think like a baby toy or something.
Okay, so, you want to go on to definition?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
So before I had worked in like fast foods, it's very high stress. And so I was thinking, maybe if I got on the food thing, then it would be helpful. And so my sister is actually a pharmacy scheduler for Walgreens. And she said that there are technician positions opening up. And so I put it in, and I'm in the pharmacy just as a cashier right now. But it's a lot healthier environment than everything else. And I like it. It's a good job. There's a lot of people there that are just super nice and helpful and encouraging. And the hours work well with me having kids and not override or anything like that.
Okay, so where are you working? What pharmacy?
It'll be, it's the Walgreens on Howard Team, the Kentra Taylor.
And you haven't had any, issues with the law between 13 and up to now for the last 2 years? Anyone have any questions? And you know, there's still anything that not happened at once. Please, you, the Lord.
For technician license.
Okay, have a motion in a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Any nays?
No.
Okay, we had, 3 yeses and 1 no. Motion passes. Okay, you will be your license today, good luck.
So on your application, you applied in September, which the earliest it could have been really approved would be September, October, it would have expired in December. So an application this year, or to renew it after December with another $70, we don't do that. What we do is prorate it, since it would be a longer term permit, it actually be 2 years now, so it'd be another $35. They can straighten that up with you up front.
So, just say possible?
Yeah, instead, otherwise it'd be another $70, and we're not trying to do that.
Awesome, thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Stages.
Two multiple, 6, 7 years.
Is it McTier? McTire, okay. Ms. McTire, I'm John Curley, I'm the director of the Board of Pharmacy. I'll tell you real quick who you're speaking with up here and a little bit about the process before I turn it over to our staff to explain why we're here on your application specifically. We have on this side, board members who are decision makers in your application. We have Harold Simpson, Dr. Lynn Krause, Dr. Lenore Newsom, who's the chair of this committee, Dr. Brian Jolly, and Dr. Robbie Richmond. On the other side is myself, Dr. McCraney, who is our assistant director, and Ms. Ashley Bales, who's our legal counsel. We call this informal as a part of the board, and we intend for this to be just a conversation back and forth across the table. So after our legal counsel kind of explains what the issue was with the application, the board members will want to talk to you about that. At some point, they're going to suggest some action. And it could be to approve your application or deny your application or say they reconsider it some amount of time. The important thing for you is whatever they come up with, you can either agree or disagree with. If you agree with it, we go forward with what they instruct us to do. If you disagree, it's your chance to either kind of say, forget this and walk away from it, or to say you'd like to have a hearing before the full board at a later date. The full board is all 8 members, a hearing officer, a court reporter. We swear everybody in, and it looks more formal, kind of like going to court. Biggest thing, or 2 things, do you understand why you're here today?
Yes.
Do you have any questions about how this process works?
No, not really. I asked at the school that I went to.
Okay, what school are you at?
The AECC, Center.
Okay. If you have any questions during this, don't hesitate to raise your hand, get our attention, and ask us any questions that you have. We realize you haven't been in that chair before, and you may have a question.
I we brought Ms. McIntyre and Sarah in front of the committee this morning, based on some, things that came up in her criminal background. She did disclose these. The first one was from October 28, 2008. She was arrested and charged with felony possession of controlled substance, possession or delivery of drug paraphernalia, maintaining a drug premises, simultaneous possession of drugs and firearms. Those charges were dismissed and expunged. Another incident on March 26, 2012, where she was arrested for misdemeanor possession of controlled substance, and that charge was dismissed and sealed. And an incident on October 15, 2019, where she was charged with misdemeanor theft. She pled not guilty, she paid restitution, and that case was sealed. I did issue a subpoena for Woodrow Police Department to get more records on December 9th. And they have short staff over there, haven't been able to get them to me, but Ms. McTerra's statements are in their packet for your review as well.
Okay. Tell us about you being in all these different places and making the things. Tell us about all these incidents.
Well, in 2008, I was visiting a residence there. I didn't know exactly what was going on there, but probably 10 minutes to me being there, the police raided it. And the officer in charge, I guess, he just said that he wanted to take everybody to jail. He was just like, he didn't care, everybody there had to go to jail. And that's what they did, and then it was dismissed. They said because I didn't live at the residence, and so they couldn't charge me. I'm not sure exactly, but it was dismissed. And since then, I don't go to those places with people, or I don't be around those type of people anymore, I guess to say. The 2012 incident, I had a friend who moved down from California, and he actually had a medical card from there. So, and I was on my way to take him to Pulaski Tech to register for school. I didn't know he had it on him until the police pulled us over, and then he said he had a little bit of marijuana on him. I was like, okay, and then he thought since he had his medical card for California that he would be okay here, and that wasn't the case. So they took us to jail, but he did admit to everything and all of that, and I'm assuming that's why the charges were dropped in. And then in 2019, I was with a friend girl. She was having these issues with a guy, and she called and said, hey, these two women wanted to meet her. And she was like, I'm just kind of concerned. I don't know if they're trying to jump on me or what it is. She's like, I just was like, somebody there with me. So I agreed to go with her, and when we got there, this lady started giving her all this guy stuff, and then a few days later, I got a call from a detective, and it was kind of like, well, the lady gave it to her, and I didn't know what was going on with it completely. And when the detective asked me to come in a statement, I told him that I wasn't really sure about it, so I reached out to my attorney, and I kind of asked him, like, hey, do I need to do this, or what do I need to do? And he told me, since I wasn't really sure of all the facts or anything, that I really should make a statement because it may not be. He just said because I didn't know all the facts of it, I should make a statement. So I didn't make the statement, and then a few days later, I guess my friend was still following the guy's Facebook, but he made a post or something about me having a warrant. And that's when I contacted my attorney again, and I was like, hey, I don't know if it's true or not, but she said that he has this on his social media, and it was, and my attorney said that even though I didn't play a part in it, but because I was there and my name was brought up, that it takes to charge me too, and that was kind of the situation.
How does that get resolved? This latest incident?
The attorney just recommended that I paid a restitution of $500, and it was dismissed, I guess, or he just had to pay the restitution, and I did that at the court, and then he said in a year, or it might have been 6 months, he said that it couldn't be expunged.
So I'm just not completely sure on all of that, because he just asked, did I have the restitution to pay? And I told him yes, and he told me to go get the money, and when I came back, we went in the courtroom and did all of that, and.
This is not really making sense. You go with a girlfriend somewhere, you get
I
caught
wanted to
up in
meet
some
her.
stuff, and you end up paying $500?
We both had to.
Yeah, but why are you paying?
I'm, the attorney, that's what he advised, I'm not sure.
That's not being clear, I don't think, being honest. That's what's right.
Was it an attorney you hired or one assigned by the board?
He was hired,
Who was the attorney?
David Cannon.
Last name?
Cannon.
Ken?
Mhm.
But why did you have to pay $500?
He said it was restitution, I'm not.
For what?
The belongings that, the belongings that my friend received from the other lady, the guy reported them as stolen.
Okay.
And since my friend didn't give them back, he charged her and he charged me because he said that I wasn't cooperating and I didn't make a statement. So I wasn't 100% sure myself, and I even asked the detective, like, how was that possible? And he said that it was possible to actually charge me, and then I would have to go to court and let them decide whether I was guilty or not.
And this happened in
2019.
What happened to your friend?
She had to pay the $500 as well.
So the total value was 1,000?
Yes.
And what brings you to the world of pharmacy? Why do you want to be a pharmacy?
I just had my first child in 2021, and I kind of want something more of a career base instead of just a job, and then I kind of need some normal hours to sleep.
On that last charge, who was Rosalind Hicks?
She's the woman who my friend received the items from.
So she's not the other one who was charged with filing?
No, sir.
What happened to her?
I'm not sure. I didn't know her like that. I just went with my friend, and she did say that she called her Roz, so I'm assuming that's her name.
Did you pick a better class of friends?
I have actually, I don't speak to any of them anymore.
And what are you doing, for employment at this moment?
I'm currently working at FedEx Springs. I've been there going on 4 years now.
So you're delivering packages?
No, I work in the distribution center out in Nickelville.
Okay. So there's 2 drug charges here, you want to dismiss this, one. We didn't know any questions from the courts, but there's no cost. Were you smoking marijuana at that time during those years?
No, I wasn't. My friend had it on him.
And you don't smoke marijuana?
No,
You don't have medical marijuana?
no.
But what about the incident where you were at the house that got raided?
I was there with friends.
I mean, they were maintaining a drug house, were you there to partake in drug activity?
No, I was just there. We were really just hanging out, and next thing you know, there was just a loud boom and cops were coming in.
Well, I mean, you might be aware, usually when they have these places where they charge for maintaining drug premises, It's because they've gone to that house and bought drugs from someone in that house. Did you see anything like that when you were there?
I didn't see anybody buying anything, they were people there smoking, but I didn't see anyone.
Did you see any guns?
I didn't. But when the police did raid, they brought them in from the garage. I don't know if that makes sense.
You observed smoking?
Do I observe it?
Yeah, you observed them smoking?
That night at the residence,
Yeah, and you didn't turn around and walk out?
I didn't. I would be honest, I was young, I was just hanging out.
Here's my concern. I'm always concerned when folks come in and you have criminal issues in the background. And I don't hear personal responsibility. And I know you've heard me say your hand on folks, but it's more been what I've heard, it's just more, what my fault. I was just in the wrong place. The other concern that I have is we have an incident in 2008, 4 years later in 2012, and then 7 years later in 2019. So I see, I'm concerned about that trend. Not to say you haven't turned your life around, and I'm glad to hear that you're gainfully employed. I just don't know that I can vote again today to allow you to be in the profession of pharmacy. Not that you shouldn't be in a profession, but as a licensed member, I just don't know if pharmacy right there. Not saying that it couldn't be a possibility down the road, but 2019 is fairly recent. And again, I'm seeing some spaced out time frames here that just hasn't been long enough for me to. I'm just one vote.
Concur with Dr. Jolly, I have nothing like that. Express my thoughts.
Mr. Harris?
I would.
Yeah, I would do. A few years, but I certainly see your point.
Or I can say come back and you. Let's see what kind of maturity you can see over the next year. And I would say withdraw your application today and come back and see some of you.
Okay. And with that, would I have to reach into the courts, or how does that go?
No, that's fortunate.
Courts didn't require a pharmacy technician. I mean, it's great that you did it,
Oh,
but it's not a requirement for the registration process. And Dr. Newsom's recommending to you withdraw so that at some point down the road you want to reapply, you don't have to mark yes that you've ever been denied an application for a licensing board if you withdraw. And so that's the advice that she's giving. Anything to add to that, Dr.
No, I mean, it's the same thing, just like you went to do something in nursing. If they deny you, then nursing board would look at that and saying, you already had negative action from another board. So they're not telling you no forever. They're saying we would not approve it today, but if you make us make a decision, they're going to say no today. If you withdraw, there's no adverse action taken, so there's nothing negative on your record, just they're saying they potentially
I know the instructor was telling us about being nationally certified, that we would have to either work a certain amount of hours or take the course for that portion, where I have to take.
Not for pharmacy tech.
Well, so here's the fascinating thing. You can't do tech duties unless you are a pharmacy tech. And Arkansas does not require you to go to school to be a pharmacy tech. It does not require the national certification. It's an add-on or a bonus that a lot of people that are going to be pharmacy technicians explore. I don't know, because you won't be able to do the tech duties. It's a really weird thing to me that some schools, when they set this up, I don't know if the cart or the horse is leading this, because you have to almost be a tech to get the experience you need to be certified. I don't know the school on center you're speaking of, but some schools tell you have to basically do the school to be a tech, but you can't actually finish that education unless you already are a tech.
Well, she didn't tell us that, she just said about the education hours and things like that. I'll speak with them more.
They can do some through simulation where you're not actually in a pharmacy, you're doing computer work, but can't do all of it. Generally.
So, Mr. Carr, I can tell you that, where I work at, we have several, technicians that will pursue the PDCD national certification, if that's the one that you're looking at. Like Dr. Kirby, I don't know how that happens with your school, but I can tell you that we have lots of folks that become nationally certified that have not gone through a technical college program or got a full training program. They just worked on the job, and then we help provide them some study material. So I don't think that today's action is going to prevent you from at some point becoming a nationally certified technician. But I think as far as the specifics of how that interacts with the program that you've gone through, you'll have to talk about that.
Yeah, just hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, but it's a good job for you.
well, thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Dr. Krause had another meeting, don't you?
Okay. So that's all of them that have shown up. If he if you want to look at states, not here, but chance to join us. I'm going to take a glance at that. I believe that staff recommendation would be to just deny the application.
There is an application for 2021. And Mr. McDaniel had requested Mr. Skates to send us updated medical records. They sort of went round and round about it. And we never got updated medical records. The concern was that he was diagnosed with depression and anxiety that was uncontrolled with medication in those medical records. So it would be our recommendation that be denied based on that, and his better to update those records for us.
That's a question about that. So would our concern be more that it was uncontrolled, or just the fact that he was diagnosed with depression and anxiety? I would imagine there's a lot of folks that probably have an anxiety diagnosis. This is the uncontrolled part of it.
I think you look through the file that came into his medical records verbally, which without you here, we're not going to do. Right. It's lengthy. Okay.
So your concern goes to fitness for duty, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not whether they carry diagnosis.
No, it's, yeah,
Say pharmacy student, etc.
It seems to me, given the status of this, the proper action for us to take would be to table the application as opposed to deny.
Yeah, actually, checking, it appears that somehow the certified therapists may not have been delivered, so we actually just say take it this time. Okay, which means we would, is that all we have for the morning? Okay, we're
make sure nobody showed up.
You need a motion on that, John. Have Sarah from the hall, council.
I'm not Bill, but I'm not seeing anybody.
I always try to chuckle with that in your formal hearings.
Yeah, just yell out at nobody.
Yeah.
So that is it for us until 1. We have, we did, Pemberton also did not.
Pemberton emailed me, she received her letter, got notice, she emailed me this morning asking when the meeting was. I told her 10 a.m. and told the address, but I haven't gotten any other responses, but I've been in there, so I'll check my email or maybe I'll call them.
Check up her lunch, see, she's in college. I think we have 3 things this afternoon. We had one that we put on yesterday at 1:30, but it's actually today at 1:30. And,
Which one was that?
That was the Ellison, who's the intern.
yeah, Howard also, okay. We'll see when they get here. First part, sure.
Okay.
It's until 1.
right, there you
The funny thing is the video makes it look like it's brighter here. Oh, sorry, you're fine. So if you guys want to tell us who you are and who you're with, I'll explain who all you're talking to today. So it's a little bit different setup for your presentation.
Absolutely. Nice to meet you. I'm Kelly Blossom. I'm the Vice President of Public Policy for Zipline.
And I'm Cord Phelps. I'm the General Manager of our project with Walmart in Peoria, Arkansas.
I'm John Curley. I'm the Director of the Board of Pharmacy, and we're spread out a little bit differently today, but usually I would say on this side of the table, you have our board members. We've got on our board, Mr. Harold Simpson, Dr. Lenore Newsom, who's the chair of our Informal conference. Then over here, we've got Dr. Brian Jolly, and Dr. Rodney Richmond. Elsewhere here at the head table, myself, Dr. Rick McCrae is our assistant director here in the office, and Ms. Ashley Bales, who is our legal counsel. To give our board members just a real quick overview, this is a presentation discussion by Zipline. They have a fairly innovative drone delivery system that has been used by some different consumer areas and different companies throughout the world. And their request was to see about potential or what we would say about drug delivery via drone, which is something that we knew would happen sooner or later, but we haven't really had it happen yet. So the board members have been able to look a little bit at the presentation, so it's not absolutely brand new, but it might help trigger if they have some specific questions for you guys. With that,
Absolutely.
I'll hand it over.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for taking us the time to come talk to you today, share a little bit about kind of our global track record of delivering healthcare products via drone, and then to talk about our plans to operate as a common carrier here in Arkansas, delivering prescription products with our partner at Walmart Pharmacy. So we'll try to be as quick as possible so we can get to your Q&A, but we'll give you just kind of a brief introduction about kind of how our company came to be. Cord will share a little bit about our existing non-prescription operations out of Peoria, Arkansas. We'll talk about a little bit about how we are delivering prescriptions in other states around the U.S. and our kind of workflows of how we expect it to work here in Arkansas. And then most importantly, leave time for you guys to ask questions of us. So a little background about Zipline. We actually started operating in 2016 in Rwanda. Our first use case was partnering with the Ministry of Health, who was trying to solve the problem of postpartum hemorrhaging, of women that were unfortunately losing a lot of blood after giving birth in the rural areas of the country where they didn't have the ability to stock all of the different types of blood products that they needed for every single patient. And so they came to us and we said, you know, we have this drone delivery system. We can work out a partnership where we build 2 distribution centers centrally, where we have all of the refrigeration, the freezers needed to stock every different type of blood product you would need. And then when you have a patient come into one of these rural clinics that doesn't have that supply at hand, you can call us, tell us exactly what you need. We'll put it in the drone and send it off to you, and it will be there in minutes within the window that you need to give to your patient. The alternative being, if they didn't have Zipline delivery, often it would mean an 8-hour trip in a car or a van to try and get to the nearest clinic that did have that blood supply. So our first use case turned out exceptionally well. A recent study with the University of Pennsylvania found that using Zipline in these areas reduced maternal mortality through postpartum hemorrhaging by 88%. So by our metrics, a wild success. And then from there, we started expanding around the world, looking at other ways that we could use this kind of specialized drone delivery technology to address a number of health issues. So we have expanded to 7 countries. Around the world, we do all types of delivery. We continue to do blood in some countries. We do over-the-counter, we do prescription, and we do a lot of vaccines. We were actually very pleased in 2021 to partner with Pfizer and Gavi and UPS Foundation to deliver millions of COVID-19 vaccines, including testing to make sure that we could ensure the cold chain technology for the very, very precarious mRNA vaccines. So we've built a track record around the world of delivering kind of the most sensitive products that we can. You'll see here, you know, we're in 7 countries, including several states in the US. We've done about 500,000 commercial deliveries. Every day, our drones are out there flying, doing about 1,000 deliveries. The amount that they fly is about the circumference of the Earth, to give you a scale of kind of the size of our operations. And to show you kind of like what that looks like day to day, we have a video of a time lapse for one of our facilities in Ghana that will show you kind of the different parts of our operation real quickly. So here we have our fulfillment center where the technicians are taking orders, packing things into the packages that we use. They take them over to our drone launching center where they put them into the drones, scan the QR code of the destination that they're going to, and launch them. And so you see on the left, all of these arrows represent a drone delivery package that is going out to a customer or to a local clinic and then coming back and being relaunched. So overseas, our scale is quite big. At these facilities, we often do about 300 deliveries a day. For our operations in Arkansas, we're starting much smaller, but hope to slowly over time as we build our track record here grow. And one of the other things that we're very proud about is, in addition to our track record of safely and reliably delivering all of these items, we're doing it in a sustainable way that we know is very important to Arkansas. When you look at using our drones, which are lightweight and powered by a rechargeable electric battery, it uses 96% less energy than a traditional vehicle, which means when you're using drones to deliver retail items or healthcare items, you're doing it in a way that doesn't cause additional pollution and doesn't cause additional congestion on the streets. So we're very proud of our track record around the world, but we are an American company, and so we think it's very important to make sure that we're serving Americans as well. So we went out to partners in the US that can help us deliver the items that we need, and in Arkansas, we found the best partner possible in Walmart. So in 2021, we partnered with them to start our operations up in Pea Ridge, Arkansas, up in the northwest corner of the state, delivering a wide range of non-prescription retail items from their neighborhood market store there. Important to talk a little bit about kind of what our current operations are.
Yeah, thanks. So picture here, this is Pea Ridge. This is store 6971. You can see our facility that's actually located right next to the store, right next to that big open field. That's where we launch and recover our drones from. I think some details that will help give you all an overview of how we're operating today. As Phil mentioned, we did our first commercial delivery in November of 21, so we've been doing deliveries for over a year now. We are physically co-located with that neighborhood market there in Pea Ridge. It's a little bit difficult to see on the projector, but there is a red circle in the left-hand side of that screen. That's our 1.5 mile service radius. So all the customers that we are serving today are inside of that 1.5 miles, and our team was on that platform and actually physically see the drone for all delivery flights. The reason that we've been getting a lot of traction in Pea Ridge is because the value we're bringing to customers, we are promising them, hey, we can get to you in 30 minutes or less from time of order. We're also, in addition to that, promising them really precise in time scheduled deliveries. So we tell them, hey, if you want that delivery later in the day at 5 p.m., for example, we'll be there between 5 and 5:10 p.m. Or 5 p.m. and 5:10. So they know exactly when the package is going to be there. Customers have access to over 8% of the items from that store there. So I think it's over about 23,000 different items. And that ranges from things like Advil to beauty products to food products to general merchandise. So they have a wide range of options. And then we're there 7 days a week doing deliveries 11 a.m. to 7:30. I like this next GIF here because it shows you the delivery experience from the customer's perspective. So there you can see our drone flying over this customer's property, going to a pre-programmed delivery point, opens the door, package comes out on a parachute, and lands in the backyard as the customer requested. And then the customer also has an application where they can see in real time, very much like a Google app, the delivery coming to their home, and they'll know within seconds when that package will be there. Some of the key milestones or achievements over the last year, we've done multiple thousands of deliveries. We're serving hundreds of customers in Pea Ridge, and all those customers are within that 1.5 mile service radius. And we gather a lot of feedback from customers. They can give us feedback in the app. A lot of times they will actually stop by our facilities and tell us how it's going. They love the service, and especially in comparison to traditional ground delivery methods. And flight capacity, we can do over 50 delivered flights a day. I think in early November, we set a record of over 60 in a given day. So they're really enjoying the service and finding a lot of value flying all the time. And lastly, we are meeting that promise of 30 minutes or less. We actually try to be closer to the 15-minute mark. So we're pretty competitive with ourselves. So from time to order, we're trying to push it 15 minutes. Before we play this video, I'll just cue it up. In November, when we launched of 21, we were really happy because there was actually a lot of national attention on the launch, particularly to Pea Ridge and Greater Arkansas broadly, for being, forward thinking when it comes to innovation, mobility, and logistics. We were happy to be a small part of that, but in general, we were really grateful for all the attention that Pea Ridge and Arkansas got, and hopefully the sound code. Looks like maybe not. But anyways, I can talk over it. This Gail King, she was talking up Pea Ridge in the beginning of it, and there was a whole crew out on site. And in the next part of this, this is inside of the facility there on the elevator platform. That's kind of the maintenance and flight operations area. You're seeing the batteries going here from you. And then he'll walk over to actually where we launch our delivery from. And so that's what it looks like today, and where we're doing our delivery flights from. And I'll go to the next one. Let's see. Okay. So our customers are super enthusiastic. They take it upon themselves to post TikTok videos. I am new to TikTok. I'm trying to get my feel for it here, but this is a customer filming delivery, coming into her backyard, and she unboxes, and I think in this case, she had ordered some energy drinks. And with this particular customer, I think she got over 10 million views, so she's figured out TikTok in a way that I would never figure out. We're happy to see the enthusiasm. I was just gonna, last thing, and then we'll move into the prescription delivery use cases. I should talk to you guys about the operations, all the achievements. The number one thing that when we ask customers, hey, what can we be doing that we're not doing? What can we be doing better? The number one thing we've heard, essentially from day one, is we love it if we could deliver our prescriptions. They're actually, today, will call into that pharmacy and say, hey, can you send my prescription via Zipline? So we're not doing that today, but we have a plan, and that's, I'll hand it over to.
So we are doing prescription delivery in some other states, where we did launch operations a little earlier. So in North Carolina, working with the great North Carolina Board of Pharmacy there, we launched our partnership in June of last year, primarily with Navant Health, which is a great regional health system there, delivering prescriptions directly to patient homes. The response has been great, and Navant had a lot of patients on board that were immunocompromised or weren't able to leave the house, and being able to get their prescription deliveries delivered directly to their backyard was somewhat of a game changer for them. Similarly, we have a partnership in Utah with Intermountain Healthcare, which is one of the great Mountain West healthcare systems. We launched there in August 2022, delivering both over-the-counter and prescription items, again, directly to people's property. And so this will show you a little bit, I know it's a little dark, but this is a video of one of our prescription deliveries at our North Carolina facility. It's a little different because our facility there is 3PL, will operate in Arkansas as a common carrier, but you can see our fulfillment technician wrapping the product, packaging it, putting it into the box, making sure that it is quite secure in there, sealing up the box to make sure that nothing will move around while she's in there. Then she will take it, weigh it, make sure that it is within the weight limit, applying it. She'll then hand it off to the flight operator, who is going to load it into the drone, make sure it is properly secured in there, set the QR code, which will send it to the coordinates associated with the person's property, and then launch the drone. So that is how the prescription delivery is working today in North Carolina.
Now, I just want to talk about the workflow of prescription delivery use case in Peerage, and we're gonna be using all the same systems that we currently use today for the retail deliveries. And in terms of like the prescription ordering and fulfillment process, all of that will happen as it normally would. We're not part of that part of the workflow, and that happens between the patient, their physician, and the pharmacy. And specifically the pharmacy that's inside of the Walmart that we're located. Then, at the next step, we would use a tool, or the pharmacist could use a tool, a zipline tool called Delivery Manager, and we actually use this tool in North Carolina today. And that's how they would schedule a delivery with Zipline, at this time, essentially. On the next step, that same tool gives the pharmacist the ability to track and manage a delivery. If they needed to reschedule it or cancel it for whatever reason, they could. Similarly, the customer has the same visibility as they do today. They have the same web app. They have the ability to track their delivery in real time, cancel it or request reschedule. The moment of packing, again, we're on site, so we would, once the prescription is ready and filled by the pharmacist, we can walk into the store, go to the counter, grab it, bring it back to our drum facility, put it in the box, put it in the drum, off and ready to go. The delivery workflow, very much the same. So when we're on our way, we send a notification, text message as well. Customer knows when we're going to be there. And then once we've done the delivery, they get a notification that basically gives them information on, hey, you can contact your pharmacist with any questions about the prescription.
Yeah, so that's a little bit of kind of how we envision our operations working here. Of course, we will adhere with all of the standard protocols for common carriers. We'll make sure that the combined list of Walmart and Zipline are using, or that we are delivering only eligible prescriptions. So no controlled substances, no stimulants, no depressants, only the type of prescriptions that are eligible for this. And then we'll continue to ensure that all of our delivery procedures are in line with the existing SOPs that Walmart uses for their other common carriers. And I think it's important to note, this is a service that we want to provide for customers there, but our customers will still always have a number of options of how they want to get their prescriptions. They can continue to go and pick it up in person, they can use Zipline service, or they can use one of the other common carrier services that Walmart uses to deliver prescriptions to their customers. So it'll be an opt-in process only for customers who choose to use it. So, we'd love to take your questions. We know that this is a new technology and people have questions, so we'd love to kind of open it up to you about kind of our operations.
I have several.
Great.
You're speaking on behalf of Walmart when you say that there's no incentives to force patients to use drones. So it'll be an opt-in option only, and they'll always have the flexibility.
So I never speak on behalf of Walmart.
Well, that's why I'm asking.
Yes.
You just.
No, we're speaking on behalf of Zipline, but we will ask customers to opt in, but we don't anticipate any changes to other options. We do have some Walmart folks here. I don't want to put them on the spot, but we would never force customers to use the Zipline.
Well, that would be a question that I would also have for Walmart at the appropriate time too, because I do want to make sure that. I do want to find out more about whether patients would be forced to use this service, because they may desire to have a face-to-face interaction with the pharmacist.
Absolutely, we will never get in the way of that. And all of our discussions, there's been no discussion of any way curtailing any of the existing services, just adding this on as an additional option. Similar to the way that customers still have the ability to go into Walmart to get any retail products, Zipline is just an option if they choose to use so.
And so in North Carolina and you said Intermountain, where's that at, Utah?
Outside of Salt Lake City.
Salt Lake City. Did the board approve drone delivery across the border? Would you approve as a pilot program or just with certain customers? What's the situation in those states from the board?
Absolutely. So in North Carolina, it's a little different because we are a 3PL there, because we are storing some of the products. We did go to the Board of Pharmacy, present our case to them. They looked at it and said there are no relevant statutes that prevent you from doing this. So proceed. In Utah, similarly, we went and talked to them. They said there are no relevant regulations that prevent this. So as long as we're following the existing procedures, we proceed.
Is there a cost to the patient for this?
Right now, there's no cost for Zipline delivery for any of the products.
So you said right now, so does that mean that there are plans in the future?
There are no existing plans. Again, I do not speak for Walmart or their pricing. I want to be very careful that we don't speak on behalf of them. But right now, there are some costs for supply deliveries.
Well, I think for the purpose of discussion, this is informal, and so not to put Walmart on the spot, but I think we could speak candidly. So, I mean, just generally speaking, I would have concern whether costs going to be imposed on patients.
There are no plans that I'm aware of at this point.
Yeah, I haven't had any discussions before we do guidance and then delivery.
And we do, pharmacies that use other carriers can pass along that cost as long as it's known to the patient that has not been a problem with us previously.
If at some point in the future that was, we would obviously make sure, try to make sure customers knew if they were opting into the service, if there was a delivery charge in the future, that they were fully aware of it in compliance with home delivery regulations.
So, I'm sorry. I was just going, I saw they weighed it, that you had some energy drinks that were delivered, which I think would clearly be probably heavier than most prescriptions. So what is the practical weight limit, the upper weight limit?
Now, right now, the upper weight limit is 4 pounds.
Okay.
So if, think in general, prescription drugs exceed 4 pounds, you know, but there could be scenarios like you're getting liquids or, you know, something like that. What would you do if you did? Would it be 2 separate
Yeah,
deliveries?
we could just send multiple deliveries.
Okay.
Yeah.
And only products that meet the weight limit on their own would be in the eligible list of products that would be eligible. But if they ordered multiple things, we could send 2 boxes.
Okay. So what about in August when it's 95% humidity and 103 degrees outside? Can you talk to us a little bit how you ensure humidity and temperature integrity? I mean, I know it's just a 1.5 mile radius, but I would imagine, correct me if I'm wrong, there may be a point where you're trying to deliver out further than just 1.5 miles. So how do you ensure appropriate storage conditions, especially during the hot or cold or high wind conditions where maybe that parachute can blow into the other yard? Because I had a question about that too, like maybe a concern about HIPAA if it dropped into the wrong driveway, for example.
I'll take your first question.
Yeah, I'm asking you.
No, we'll come back after. We've done extensive testing because we operate around the world. You can imagine we operate in a wide variety of climates. You know, some of our global partners, you know, in Ghana, it gets 120 degrees. We've worked with a number of manufacturers to create material that we can put inside to temperature control it. We were able to work with phase change solutions to develop a special material so that even for the mRNA vaccines, which as you know are very temperature sensitive, we can keep them within the controlled temperature throughout. You know, for prescriptions here, again, because we are currently located, we're keeping out is probably about a 2-minute walk from the pharmacy counter to our launcher, and then from there, maybe a 3 to 4 minute flight. But again, we feel confident that we have all of the materials if it were particularly hot or if we were worried about a particularly sensitive item, that we can keep it at the temperature range that it's needed to be.
So you send 1 order per flight?
Yeah.
So you couldn't have, or we're gonna go by Joe's house and then 3 houses down the street?
Yeah, no, it's
It's
2
it's single box.
Yeah, single box, 2 single.
Yes, and part of that is the tracking. So the pilot that is watching the flight has a visual line of sight of the drone at all times, and the person tracking it knows that it is coming directly from the Zipline Walmart facility to their house and back, and they can watch it on their app.
So I could see how this could be applicable to single family homes, but what about an apartment complex?
Well, we only onboard customer service that pass our own. So all the customers that we're serving, you know, they go through a vetting process. They not only we make sure they're serviceable, but then they get educated on this new technology and their responsibilities, and we go from there. So we're not going to be doing this in multi-family homes that don't have an area where we can't deliver safely.
As part of our onboarding process is identifying the exact spot in their property where we think it is best able to deliver, making sure that there are no trees, no power lines around. And then part of the technology of our drones is it can calculate the wind speed at any given time in different directions so that it can make the drop in the place that needs calculating for the other things happening in the airspace.
What about wind gusts? I mean, I could see for sustainable wind, but for wind gusts.
it can calculate for that. Sometimes if it knows that it is flying into a wind, it will fly a little bit further, knowing that it will then drift the wind back a little bit. So our engineers are quite magical, and they've accounted for all of the different things that can happen in the air.
Did I see that the package more or less falls, we don't have a parachute on it?
No, there's a parachute on it.
It's
Yes.
like a real parachute that slows it down.
Slows down. That's right. Yes. Yes. We're definitely not dropping those packages.
I've got one other question. Let's start at the Walmart pharmacy. The Walmart pharmacist or pharmacy tech gets the prescription, puts it in the package and so forth, and hands it to somebody to walk it out to your location. Who is that somebody?
That somebody would be a zip line phone operator.
So Zipline is retrieving it directly from the pharmacy.
Yes.
Okay, so it's not, so at that point, the pharmacy's involvement, direct involvement is over.
They do have tracking functionality.
Well, if you back up, and I think this answers part of your question and Dr. Richard's question. You know, we last year passed Rule 7. We had a statute that directed us to pass prescription delivery standards. So whether it's Walmart or any other pharmacy, if they're using some mode for home delivery services, I mean, if you're sending out a driver as a direct employee, I think that's different than when you're talking about home delivery, your common carrier type sources. But I mean, the pharmacy has an obligation to contact the patient or caregiver for approval prior to any even billing or delivery of the medication. They've already been asked to fill it, so they can't deliver unless the pharmacy gets the patient to approve it. They have to notify the patient of the delivery plan and expected arrival. They have to ensure that the medication be maintained within appropriate temperature guidelines. So the pharmacy has to vet that they're comfortable with, I'm sending this med in these weather conditions through this common carrier, that they have to ensure this. It's not the common carrier's actual problem in that instance. They have to arrange for any controlled substance required proof of delivery. They are still saying they're not going to do controlled substances, which makes sense to me because we'll be shooting drones out of the sky like crazy in Arkansas. Have a plan in place for local supply availability if delivery can't be accomplished in a timely manner. Well, here it already is the local pharmacy. It's not, you either have to do eyesight or line of sight, do it. All of that is still the obligation of the pharmacy, no matter who they choose outside of their facility to deliver. So they have to make that determination for whatever.
Yeah, the reason we're directing the questions to them is because they're the ones sitting.
I get that,
They don't have the pharmacy.
but the fascinating thing is they can tell us whatever they want, just like UPS, FedEx, Postal Service, but the pharmacy who is going to sign off on whatever packaging and delivery plan, if it goes bad, it's not on the carrier, it's on the pharmacy. The pharmacy is responsible until it gets to the patient. Right now, your wholesaler sends something through a common carrier and it never gets to you, it's on the wholesaler to resend it.
Yeah, I think what's different is FedEx is probably not gonna come here in front of the board, it's gonna be the pharmacy, if I need to talk about that. So they're the people in front of us.
Yeah,
That's
it's-
the people we have to ask.
Because all the other carriers that we've generally dealt with have been around forever. And so these conversations are probably conversations that happened 40 years ago versus this is just a different topic.
So what are we approving today?
I don't know that you're,
Are we just
It's
listening
not-
to a presentation or are we making a motion?
if you feel strongly that this requires some specific permit from the board, then it's a different discussion. And so when I asked North Carolina, they said we have no rules about it. So when I found out that they're licensed as a 3PL in North Carolina, that's actually surprising to me, considering that, the answer was, our answer was, do we have rules on this? No. So I don't know what exactly happened there, but
Well, we went to them and they said there are no rules prohibiting this.
okay. So how'd you wind up with having a permit or getting a permit?
Because it is a little bit of a different situation, because we were storing some of the things
That's
there. Here, Zipline will never store any of the products, they will walk directly from the pharmacy counter and get put into the drone. North Carolina, because it, variety of different situations, because we were going to store some of the products there, we got a 3PL license, but here we'll just be a common carrier.
And we have UPS facilities that do similar storage and are therefore licensed as a wholesaler 3PL with us because of the storage shipment issues.
But you're not proposing a third-party logistics here?
No, we're not. We're just a common carrier.
How far can a drone fly? Not how far does it, but how far could it?
So internationally, we do 100 miles round trip. The capacity of the drones, they have the ability to stay in the air for 2 hours. Again, here our intention is to start very small. We're doing our 1.5-mile radius, and most of those flights are a few minutes. And again, the pilot does have eyes on the drone in the visual line of sight at all times.
Is that an FAA regulation?
Yes, and right now we're operating under a Part 107 certificate from the FAA, which limits it to visual line of sight at the Arkansas facility. At some of our other facilities, we operate under different certificates from that.
And I might have missed this in the presentation, I didn't see it, but you have numbers on errors, error rate. Can you brief us on that a little bit?
Yeah, don't have a specific number for me today, but, you know, one of the features that we're really proud of and mentioned is like the traceability of all this. So it's multi-layered, right? We've got the flight systems, we've got the actual pilots that are looking at the drone physically. You know, we've got the app, the customers, you know, knows when it's coming. So we've got those delivery, you know, times down to, you know, seconds.
And then part of what we do is we follow up with customers, especially new customers that are already getting deliveries for the first time. We follow up after all of their first deliveries, ask them how it went, ask them if they have any questions, et cetera.
I guess my reason for asking that is you're sitting in product via drone, it goes to the wrong person, there's a virus in it, obviously, because now they have somebody else's medication. And I just wondered if there was any numbers that you could tell us what that error rate is.
Yeah, I don't have those numbers off my top of my head today, but.
There are some.
We have like really close relationships with these customers. They have the ability to give us feedback on deliveries, and so.
And because of in our onboarding situation, we choose delivery sites that, you know, are in a backyard, that are not next to a neighbor's fence, that are not in a tree or whatnot. We feel confident that through the GIS mapping that we do and the route planning that we do, that we can get them to the customer. And again, they see it on their app. They, you know, stop and they can count down. It will be here in 8 seconds, 7 seconds. So they know exactly when and where they should expect.
Similarly, I'd be interested in breakage, spoilage, that sort of thing, if you have that sort of data.
Yeah, I mean, we have had reports of like, you know, at one point we were trying to deliver eggs, and the customers were like, yeah, these eggs are not necessarily surviving all the time, so then we made the adjustment, pull those out of these sockets.
Well, you know, the humidity and heat and medication, heat sensitive, that sort of thing. I mean, those would be things that I guess potentially I'd be.
Right, the eggs was kind of like a fun demo that we did, and we anticipated that only about half of them would make it. For prescriptions, you know, we use our special material to make sure that they are.
So what's our charge here today?
I think the charge here today is to vet out if there are any concerns for them to be a common carrier, and you try to seek those answers. And then, you know, if this is something that's going to continue, I think that the board's biggest obligation is in saying, hey, we might have looked at this and see how this is planned, but we know a whole bunch of people that have their own drones or think they'll get some other drone and do delivery. I mean, the standardization that we look at is it's the pharmacy's obligation to follow our prescription delivery standards. And if they don't do that, then they're responsible. It's something that the pharmacy can't pass on that responsibility or that liability just by saying, you know what, we're going to partner with Zipline today, or we're going to partner with whomever it is, air service delivery. That doesn't escape your liability or your responsibility to counsel the patient, be sure they have agreed to this type of delivery, make sure they get their product. If you use this and drop it at the wrong house, that, I mean, Dr. Craig's point, that's an issue, but it's also an issue that the pharmacy has to go back and say, I'm sorry, we apparently dropped, this was delivered to the wrong house. They have your information, they have to follow whatever disclosure they need to.
If I can add in, we're only allowed to do this service because we have FAA approval to do so. The FAA approval for drone delivery service, I can assure you, is quite rigorous and quite lengthy. And so, you know, I won't speak for other partners, but when looking at companies that could act as a common carrier. The FAA has a number of checks in place to make sure that their safety processes, that the pilots are trained, that all of the processes have been certified by them.
I guess I'm saying, we all know some innovative entrepreneurial pharmacists that would use their own drone, not a common carrier, but just do it on their own. We probably all know people that have drones that they're actually supposed to have registered with the FAA because they're of a certain size or can go to a certain, ceiling altitude or something else.
That's kind of where I'm getting to is, as we see more and more of this down the road, what is our obligation as far as drone delivery technology as a board? Is it to confirm that they're registered with the FAA and then we just say, go forth and prosper, pharmacies, you're responsible for all the stuff in Reg 7? And what's our role?
I personally think it's us telling the pharmacy, no matter what delivery system they use, whether it's common carrier, drone delivery drivers, or a drone system, that they have to follow prescription delivery standards and other rules of the board pharmacy. Because we haven't done that and said, well, if you use the postal service, you have to be sure that their planes are right. And I don't mean to be facetious in saying that.
No, that's
the board traditionally has not micromanaged the common carrier aspect of this.
Right. Is there anything unique to drones that we have to?
It's different. It's the first time we've seen it here, and only a couple of other states have actually dealt with it.
Well, you start from FedEx, UPS, US Postal Service, Uber, taxi service, a fleet of cars owned by ABC Pharmacy, down to somebody's personally owned vehicle, down to a motorcycle, bicycle, or roller skates. I mean, you run that whole gamut. It's just a method of getting it there. They're all employed in any place, maybe not in Arkansas, all those, but certainly you could imagine New York City, delivery by bicycle and by roller skates and other means. But all of it, I mean, as I look at this, it boils down for me, need versus novelty. Now, I see the utility in Rwanda. For a 1.5 mile radius from a pharmacy with certain houses or neighborhoods that have to be vetted and only certain drugs, to me, it boils down to a novelty. It makes me wonder if it's cost effective. How's that going to impact patients? You have a limited delivery because you can only see so far. So, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, I'll have to say that it's kind of cool to hear about. But quite frankly, I don't see any point in us being involved in it.
I want to make sure we're clear on this. As I'm hearing, this board directly regulates pharmacies and pharmacists. It does not directly regulate a delivery service unless that delivery service is the pharmacist involved. And that is our present position. That's not to say that we may not at some point in the future adopt a rule wholly or partially with the.
We may get a statute similar to prescription delivery standards that indicates that we have to have a different rule for some other sort of alternative delivery. But at this point, we don't have that.
I think the part that's a little, unless I'm missing something a little different here, is this is the only delivery service. We're talking unmanned, right?
Yeah.
And so if something goes, the plane goes, the drone goes down. If the delivery driver has a flat tire or accident, there's a human there to kind of be the intermediary between that product. And so that's a little bit different than this, I feel like. But with all that being said, I think Harold makes a good point.
Yes, you're not exactly right. There are already pizza delivery services that are unmanned.
I'm talking about drugs.
Right.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. I'm not, unless there's an unmanned delivery approach that I'm just not familiar with.
I'm not. We have some restaurants in Little right now that a robot brings your food.
I mean, there's a little bit of difference. If I don't get my pizza.
I know.
I don't get my medicine.
I'm saying it's something that 5 years ago, someone told you that this would be on the table, you'd be like, you get out of here.
But they still have a person come with it.
They get there eventually.
So this is not something that pharmacists like what's being remote order entry or simple fill, like pharmacists have to come in and get permission to utilize different services.
Well,
This would not be one because this is complicated.
so, but I think the important thing is, anytime if Dr. Collins is on inspection and they're using it, he's going to ask them, how are you, okay, if you're using this delivery service, how are you complying with Rule 7? Show me, all right, so you've got 3 out today, show me your records for how this customer verified this. Okay, how did you verify delivery? And in this instance, they have a tie-in where the pharmacy can actually track it, just like a pharmacy can track FedEx, UPS, Postal Service. But, even with that, we had a breakdown today, they sent it in the wrong place. And so we had a common carrier that I actually think it was the pharmacy, told them to send it in the wrong place. But we called the pharmacy, this person needs their medication, they actually paid to have it delivered to this other spot, it's not there, and they had to figure out a local, in that case, it's a local delivery, which was a long ways away.
So if there's specific criteria for comfortable with other, you said that it's not our responsibility to make sure all of that integrity happens. It's still on the pharmacy to ensure that.
Well, and I don't know that the pharmacy is responsible to vet their FAA certificates. I think the pharmacy is responsible for what we outline in Rule 7. Because we haven't had the pharmacy make sure that the postal service driver has a driver's license or that the delivery vehicle is registered with the state or anything like that. It's so weird compared to what we see as normal at this point that we're asking all the questions that somebody asked 40 years ago on other carriers. But at that point, it wasn't something that the Board of Pharmacy micromanaged.
Well, no, these folks have done all the presentation, but our schedule says zip lines like Walmart, and Walmart anything.
Well, their request was to be able to show the example of how they're doing it with Walmart on non-prescription items currently.
Are there any questions we would ask of Walmart since there's some Walmart folks here?
That's up to y'all.
I don't have any questions. I mean, they have access to rules. I don't have any questions. They have access to Rule 7. So they know what those say.
I mean, the thing is that the bonus is, to your point, Dr. Richmond, the novelty is pretty neat. I mean, when the ice storm hits and I live on top of a hill that you can't get down the road, but I'm, by line of sight about 1.6 miles from the pharmacy where he used to work. Well, if they had that at that Walmart, I could stand in the field behind my house and go, please bring me milk. We're out of milk and bread, or pancake mix for the kids or something.
How much does a jug go for?
I can only get a half gallon at a time, but for 4 deliveries, we need cereal.
Is that actually true? I mean, if he was not already signed up with your service and been pre-vetted, could you in fact deliver in the ice storm example we did?
Not in an ice storm, but in negative temperatures, yes.
Yeah.
If he had already gone through the onboarding process. It is not a situation where you open the app and say, I'm going to download it and have my things delivered in 15 minutes. You have to go through your process, and we have to make sure that the property is suitable for delivery with all of the things that we mentioned. So it's not instantaneous, but once they are onboarded, then they can make orders one day.
What's fascinating is we would have times where there would be issues with delivery. And we've had in front of the board in years past, well, if it's an emergency, we will call the local cab company and have them deliver it. I'm like, there's not a lot of local cab companies in the state of Arkansas. But now that answer over the last decade has changed to, well, we will arrange for Uber or Uber Eats or Lyft or somebody else to pick it up. And I'm going, well, if I was a driver for one of those companies, I'm not going to retrieve people's drugs. I mean, that's a weird thing, but they are being treated like common carriers.
I can see value in a rural state where there are distances, and the communities where I'm thinking about don't have Walmart neighborhood market or a supercenter or whatever.
I felt that same way, but then seeing the numbers out of our Arkansas store and the frequency with which people are using it, and the fact that they're coming to us and they are the ones asking us to add prescriptions to it, makes me feel like these people do see a need, and, you know, the fact that they're asking us to add this option, you know, it's not us driving it, the demand is driving us to take this action.
I guess it'd be interesting, you see the Walmart pickup. And my wife swears by it, and I never would have used it if it hadn't been for her.
Yeah.
So might be interested to see how that evolves, but clearly I don't have my finger on the pulse of what people like.
Well, again, I felt the same way, and then I was out meeting one of our customers and talked to a woman who had 3 kids under the age of 4. And if you've had that many small kids, you can appreciate. She said, it is so hard for me to get to the store, and when one of my kids is sick, if I'm home alone with the kids, and I need children's Tylenol, even though it's a mile and a half, like getting all the kids with socks and shoes, you know, much less getting them in the car, separating them from the sick one, to try and go to Walmart is actually a Herculean task. And when you guys were able to send me children's Tylenol through the drone, like, it seems, you know, it seems superfluous, but for her, it was, you know, a game changer.
I would use your service. I hate stopping at the drugstore. And I hate stopping and getting gas, and I hate stopping anywhere. I'm just ready to get home. So I would use it. And I see where there would be some things.
That said, is there a minimum amount or price of the product? I mean, if I need a 99-cent tube of chapstick, you're gonna deliver it?
That's right.
I mean, it sounds like this is a pilot project.
Yes.
On trial, which is, the cost is being covered. If I'm gonna sign up at my pharmacy to do it, there'd be a tremendous input of startup and everything else specific for this to build a facility in the area to do it. So here it is more of a novelty because it's a free option versus, you know, hey, you get your chapstick, but if the overhead to do it was $100 starting out, you'd be like, yeah, I don't want chapstick that bad.
We encourage people to be economical with their orders, but right now.
So, and you mentioned this also, does the customer pay for the delivery charge or?
No,
It's covered right now.
There is no delivery.
There's no delivery charge.
They just pay for the products.
Yes. There's no markup for our service.
So it sounds like we're in a similar situation with the order where we really don't have a.
Yeah, I mean, Lenora probably was on this call in her position, but when I asked the NADP officers, there was only about probably 4 of them that have ever dealt with it all. And, you know, other than North Carolina, I guess having it's being used as a storage and delivery system, which is a 3PL. The others basically said it's common carrier. Like, we're not, it's up to the pharmacy to ensure they follow our rules, and after that, it's a common carrier.
How do we license 3PLs here as a wholesale?
It's a subsection under the wholesale distributor permit as a third-party logistics provider. We had to get statutory tie-in specifically for that. Otherwise, everybody said, well, I mean, state A, they say we're a 3PL because they don't require a license there. And then here they'd say we're a broker, well, we cover brokers. Another state, it appeared to be a game of whack-a-mole, what term they're going to use, you know, who they're talking to. So we caught them all under that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time.
And this is the easiest meeting I think in my I just heard the list.
You know we're not done today, right?
Thank you all for having me.
Appreciate that. You let us know when you move to be rich.
Well, I live in a place where I just like that high speed internet. So I'm sure droning's on the way away from that.
Start small.
Would you like me to move this table? No, you're good. Okay. All right.
But I would like to see the air rated.
Yeah.
I sent it to Dr. Kirby.
Thanks for having us.
I'm just curious.
Yes. Yep. No.
Guys, next up, we're gonna get Ellison's. With an E. It's just a little more. Yeah, it was just on the wrong, table spreadsheet.
So,
I mean, it's fascinating.
just don't do them all,
Line of sight, FAA. Yeah, FAA, you have to do line of sight with these types of things. So the thing is, if they've got 50 feet in the air, they can argue their line of sight is another probably 3 miles, but they're just, it's basically like a mile.
So when you say line of sight, I can stand on the
You
back.
have to be able to
See it, so
The pilots have to be able to see.
Well, the good thing is that I was in the park side of that.
You guys read, or I guess, imagine, it's coming back.
How are you doing today? You probably wonder what's going on.
No, it's fine.
Are you being serious?
Yeah, it's fascinating. See, it's
So it's a swing.
Miss Elson, I'll go ahead and tell you who all of us are and how the process works. I expect Dr. Reed will be back in just a moment. But at this front table, this side, we're staff members. Myself, Dr. Chris Brady is our assistant director. Ms. Ashley Bell is our legal counsel. On the other side of the table, we have 5 more pharmacists, pharmacy board members that are decision makers here on your intern application. We got Mr. Harold Simpson, Dr. Lynn Krause, Dr. Lenore Newsom, who's the chair of this committee, Dr. Brian Jolly, and Dr. Rodney Richard. Ms. Ellison is here. She has an application to be an intern in the state of Arkansas. I believe on her criminal background check, she did not tell us that anything would come back, but something did. With that, we sent her notice to appear before the board to discuss that with you. In this process, I'm going to have staff tell exactly why we're here, and then they're going to have some questions for you, and then at some point they're going to come up with some suggested action. Whatever they suggest, you can either agree with or disagree with. If you agree with it, we go forth with whatever they ask us to do. And if you disagree with it, it's a chance for you to ask for a hearing before the board at a future date. And it'd be a formal hearing, which means all 8 board members, a court reporter, a hearing officer, swear everybody in like witnesses. It's much more like what you think going into a court. With that, do you have any questions about why you're here or how the process works? Okay. At any point during this, if you need to ask us a question, by all means, ask us any questions you have. You realize you haven't sat in that seat before, and we'll be happy to answer. Okay. So,
We brought Ms. Ellison in front of the committee today. As Dr. Curtley indicated, she did not disclose any criminal background. However, our criminal background check, it shows she was charged with misdemeanor theft of property, a shoplifting incident by North Florida Police Department. That was in January 14th of 2020. She pled guilty. She got probation, fines, full costs. She's completed her obligations. Ms. Ellison has presented as an exhibit the order to seal that charge.
and she's also got
And a statement is in the packet as well.
Okay. Ms. Ellison, you want to tell us in your own words, what happened?
Well, I can tell you, it was the beginning of the semester, literally the day before the spring semester of 2020. We were, me and my family were in the tight bond. I didn't have any money, but I definitely needed school supplies, some hygiene products, things like that. And I guess at that moment, I made a bad judgment call, and I decided that I was gonna take those items. And it was definitely my first time ever doing anything like that.
definitely the last time. And also I said it in my thing as well, but the people at Walmart, they knew, they spotted me when I came to the door and it's like, okay, dark. So I looked obvious. It happened, it was about $8 worth of goods altogether. I was arrested and I completed everything. There was some miscommunication going on, saying that, once I completed everything, my probation and all my court fines, that it would be expunged off my record. There was no further action. There was further action. I didn't know that I had to go through a process of getting it expunged off my record. When I did submit my application, in my head, it was out of fear, and I was like, well, it's all sponged off my record, so I shouldn't, maybe I shouldn't have to click yes, which of course I should have, and should have came upfront about everything. But it was definitely out of fear and judgment that I wasn't gonna be able to make it into the school. But I did complete everything. I paid all my fines. I completed probation, got everything expunged off my record. It's definitely something that I've been dealing with completely by myself. No one knows about this, not even my parents. And so that's the gist of it. It was a huge mistake, and the remorse behind it is just high levels of it. I don't even know what further, to say, but I can say that I'm truly sorry. I started school. That's something I've also supposed to talk to my professor about, which I did not, and that's also related with me being a student at the school. I did pass my first semester. I have been working towards actually doing something that I want to do as a policy. I want to be able to put my foot out there and help the community. I want to be able to apply in my area. I'm sorry. I truly am. I feel nothing but remorse about it. And I just pray that y'all can see that it was an honest and bad judgment call. And I was just trying to get the things that I needed and that I just.
Before you're in school,
Ma'am,
before you're in school,
paid living.
okay, you have not disclosed this.
Well, yes, and Dr. Phil does know, but he also knows that I'm so at the meeting as well. We're gonna take further actions from.
Okay. Did they know about that before you applied?
No, ma'am, I didn't. No, ma'am, I did not.
You didn't tell them until this came out?
Correct, because I was trying to handle everything on my own. I didn't know what steps that I really needed to take, so I was just trying to get everything cleared.
I have a question.
Mhm.
In your statement on that, the last paragraph says, that you pray that we understand your mindset, it was the reckless decisions of a teenager. You weren't a teenager when this happened, correct?
Well, that is true.
I guess the records from the court show you were 22.
I was 22? Oh, no.
How old were you when that
I
happened?
just turned 20.
Okay,
I just
20.
turned 20.
Okay.
Also, I am a single mom, so I'm not saying that played, it did play a role, because I was just trying to get things for me and my child. Some school products, some hygiene products, things that I know that my parents just didn't have the money to get at that moment.
So it was about $80 of items that you took, but you had to pay $1,100 in fine. How did you manage $1,100?
That's another thing that, the stipends that we get from the government, they came in right on time for me to be able to pay that and to be able to keep it within myself, because my parents, oh my gosh, my parents. And that's all I could think about was not disclosing that to them, because just everything was out of me.
And I was just trying to get everything situated and handled, and that's what it was. I've been doing this by myself, so, yeah.
What'd you do, your undergraduate? What'd you do, your pharmacy work at?
Oh, I did degree pharmacy, I got my semester degree at Columbia. Definitely was, when I say, and I wouldn't say top of my class, but I definitely was not a student that just pushed their way through school. I did everything that I was supposed to do. This was one bad judgment call, just one. And I definitely learned from my mistake, definitely, because it definitely is big bad, very hard.
You put yourself through school?
No, well, through loans, and I did have scholarship as well, so that actually paid quite a bit, academic scholarship. So that paid a huge portion of it, and the rest of it was loan. So my parents had, they have had funds to put towards me. So,
What's your situation with your school right now, your pharmacy school? Are you still actively enrolled?
yes, heck, yes, I am, and that's what my assistant dean of students was discussing with me yesterday, that this is a really bad, that I should have came to him much sooner than now, because I was squared away from the beginning, but once again, it was acting out of fear. I was just scared I was gonna be judged about it. And he was actually the first person that I've told since everything has went down. This is something that's been heavy on my heart and my mind, but when I say it's bad,
The classes started on Monday, right?
classes started on Thursday.
Oh,
The
last.
5th.
So are you actually going to class?
You should be in class, right?
Right, no, classes ended at 12 today. Yes, ma'am.
They usually won't let you register for second semester unless you have an intern license. But apparently, so how long ago did they find out this was an issue? Was it like Thursday?
Yeah.
So you didn't tell them until you basically couldn't even register for classes?
Well, no, I went through the whole process, registered classes and everything, and got a call from my dean of students in on Monday.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I can say that, I mean, there have been times that I've been at low points, but I say I'm fortunate that I've never gotten to the point that I have been faced with having to take dire actions. But I also want to say that I can empathize. Unless you're either a really good actor, you seem to be the track for me. Sounds like you're making grades. I hate for this to pull you back, but reach out to somebody in the future and find yourself there again. It's almost like,
I was really not. I will not ever have to do that, just ever.
and it's better to swallow your pride, if that's what it is, and just open up your heart and be honest with somebody and say, I need some help, as opposed to taking an action into a work like this.
How were your grades the first semester?
There was a couple of challenging classes, and majority of them was A's, B's, C's. I did have a B in class, but that was one of my hard classes.
Well, find somebody to study with.
Definitely.
John,
Try alone.
we're not in conflict with the college pharmacy as far as the actual. Motion, I'll make a motion to approve the terms.
Second.
Second, any other discussion? All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Right.
Any nays? Okay, Thank y'all so much. I really appreciate it. I really do.
Well,
Y'all will never see my face again.
well,
Well, not in a bad way. Not in a bad way.
hopefully we hear you graduate.
Yeah. In 2026. Okay, what do you want to do? Are you giving any thoughts? Definitely would like to go into independent pharmacy. I'm big on herbalism as well, so that's something I also want to try to include in my independent pharmacy. Yes, ma'am. So, thank you so much. Thank you all.
Yeah. So, okay. I thought for you. Doesn't help. Oh, it's like this. Everybody's deserving.
That's right. All right, so. It's a problem. Experience. Graduate or to be able to utilize when you graduate. One more.
Do we have time for, does anybody need more comment?
Yeah, well, you're gonna.
I'm gonna need a bunch of you saying it.
Do I stay here? or-
Yeah, you stay here. You gonna take 10 minutes real quick?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, we'll see you in 5 minutes. We're gonna take a quick 5-minute break and we'll see you. Ready to go. I didn't know. Just out there earlier.
Thank y'all. Appreciate it. Yes, ma'am. Well, Ryan.
I'm assuming, counselor, do you want to tell us who you are and who you've got with us? I'll tell you who all's at this table and a little bit about the procedure. You're welcome to keep your seat. We're not that formal.
Have it.
I understand it.
I'll sit down if there's a problem. David Clow, I represent Mr. Knight.
I'm John Kirkland, I'm the director of the board, and we call this an informal conference because it's largely a discussion back and forth across the table. For most attorneys, the term mediation comes to mind. It's much more along those lines. On this side of the table, we have 4 of our pharmacy board members who are decision makers here today. We have Mr. Harold Simpson, we've got Dr. Lynn Krause, Dr. Lenora Newsom, who's the chair of this informal committee, and Dr. Rodney Richmond. Dr. Jolly's been with us today, but since he got involved with this, he's actually recused on this case in case he needs to be a witness. On this side, myself, Dr. Brenda McCready, who is our assistant director, Ms. Ashley Bales, who is our legal counselor on staff here at the board. In this instance, this would be a potential disciplinary matter over a case. Generally, I give a chance for our staff just to give an overview of why we're here. And oftentimes, if you want to make a statement, that's fine. If you want to go directly to the board members discussing the issue with you, that's fine, whichever is preferred. The important thing for you guys is, since this is informal, at some point, they're going to have some suggestion for action. And whatever they suggest is something that we could produce a writing and send to you, but it's something your client could either approve or agree with or disagree with. If he disagrees with it, then it is instead saying, well, I don't know that I like this outcome. I want a full hearing before the full board at a later date. Full board is all 8 members, hearing officer, court reporter, we swear everybody in. It's a more formal procedure, more like court, but we actually do that sitting down as well.
Fair enough.
Any questions you guys have about the process?
No, sir, I think we're good.
Okay.
Very nice to meet all
Absolutely. Turn it over to Ms. Vale.
We had invited Mr. Malone and council to appear and handle this matter formally, or sorry, informally today. It's regarding an incident that happened on November 9th, 2022 at UAMS Pharmacy. It alleges that Mr. Malone took non-prescription drugs from the pharmacy inventory, placed it in his pocket without knowledge and consent of his employer, and without payment. I do have a video that's queued up of the incident that I want you guys just to look at for context. And in addition, you should be aware that Mr. Malone has a criminal case for this incident, and it is set for trial according to his attorney on May 10th, 2023. Okay, it is on your screen now.
I think we're still a couple minutes away from it. I think it's not enough for 4 or 5.
Yeah, hit 2X, then
Which square are we looking at?
You're looking at the top left, just.
Top left.
You should have seen a picture.
It's the bottom one right
Yeah.
now. There you go.
I playing a little bit fast, but the video shows, and I don't think it's so fast. Continuing that issue, but it shows him placing the, medication in his pocket and then walking to the front there.
Are you done? Got done hearing? Got hold
No, I do need to correct myself. We were notified, the board was notified on November 9th, 22 about this incident that actually took place on October 28th this year.
Dr. Norman, want to tell us what happened?
Actually, I went down there to the storeroom because I needed to find out our procedure was to procure a drug called tocilizumab for a patient on my floor that was getting CAR T cell therapy. And they usually did capillary release syndrome from this therapy. And I wanted to speak to the supervising technician as to where the drug was and how to get it, because if this patient did have any type of adverse reaction to CAR T cell therapy, the nurses on our floor, we have to go down to the pharmacy ourselves to get the drug from the nurses. And while I was down there, I was well aware that I was on video. I mean, I'm not going to deny that. I was well aware of it. And that it's also that I have a chronic medical condition. I've got a chronic sinusitis and asthma, as well as obstructive sleep apnea. And I've also had 2 pulmonary embolisms. The second of which was a saddle embolism, which is like 97% fatal. And during that day, I felt lousy. I had a lot of sinus congestion, headache. I was short of breath. And under normal circumstances, if you call down to the pharmacy sometimes, and you say you needed an inhaler or whatever, a lot of times the pharmacist will just keep up an inhaler for you, and there's no problem because you're on it's a chronic condition and it's not it's not a controlled drug or anything like that. And so being that from previous director and everything, it was never a big issue. And I thought I wasn't doing anything wrong. I mean, if I knew it was wrong, and if I knew there was new rules and regulations in place, I would have never done it. I mean, I've been practicing for 34 years, and I've always abided by the rules and regulations.
So you just decided to self-treat and self?
Yeah, I have prescriptions. I have prescriptions for everything that I take, and I didn't have my medication with me there that day at the hospital, and so I took it. Basically, I left. I did take the medication, left the storeroom, and basically went up to my office, put the medication in my office. But that was it.
And you didn't ask anybody to refill your prescription?
Yeah, I mean, I had prescriptions, but I had the prescriptions at home, is what I had. And I was going to, I didn't have the medication with me that day there at the hospital with me.
Okay, but your prescription was not from you and
No, it wasn't, no, my prescription wasn't from EMS. No. It was from an independent pharmacy.
What he's trying to convey is he has a valid prescription for the drug that was taken. He just didn't have his prescription with him present at the hospital at one time. Thought he was going to need it due to shortness of breath and his chronic pulmonary embolism. So he was trying to do right there to deal with that when he received the situation. And that's what transpired in this situation.
How long have you been taking this medication?
I think at least over 5 years. My first pulmonary embolism was in 2004, and then my second pulmonary embolism was in 2010, and that was the one I had the saddle embolism, and that's when I couldn't figure out what was causing me to have the PEs, and then one of our transplant physicians kind of figured it out. Asked if I was, in my store at night, figured out that it was caused by the obstructive sleep apnea. and then I needed to be placed in CPAP. And, you know, it was, you know, when I had saddle embolism, which I didn't, you know, have any idea what it was, when I went to the, I was taken to the emergency room there from work. And, the physicians were like, you know, you're not going anywhere. They didn't know really what to do at the time because of the severity of it. And then, I was placed on Coumadin originally. And, I had to get admitted to the hospital one time because I had a high INR. My INR was over 9. And they decided that, you know, instead of having to be on Coumadin and the risk of bleeding, studies came out that you can be on, you know, the new oral DOACs, and they decided to put me on the Eliquis. So I've been on Eliquis ever since.
So when did you start the other?
I would say, let's see, 2004, 2007, probably
10 years ago?
10 years ago.
You're pretty compliant with it?
Yeah.
So what made you think you would apply before you got home like that?
Just I was, you know, the reason, I guess, because when I had that embolism in the past, I felt short of breath and didn't feel good at all. And also because I'm asthmatic, and I also have chronic sinusitis. I can't breathe through my nose.
Eliquis keeps you, I mean, even when you're not, even if you were to quit today, you're still gonna be anticoagulated for a while. So,
Yeah,
I mean,
it was just, I guess I was just scared.
right.
What was it?
It's not an emergency drug. It doesn't have immediate mechanism of action.
But, so what was your typical dose?
5 milligrams twice daily.
Okay, and you took 10 of 2.5 milligram tablets.
I think I just took a 10 5 milligram tablet, no, 5 milligram tablets, I
Well,
thought.
according to the statement by Chris Hudson, it says that you took 10 tablets of the 2.5 milligram strength.
No, I don't know, I thought I had only took 5 milligrams.
So, but it was 10. It was a.
Yeah,
It was,
you just,
10
yeah.
regardless, so 2.5 or 5.
So you took 5 doses instead of 1.
Yeah.
So, I mean, to me, that suggests that you were not trying to take just 1 dose that you needed right at the moment, but I mean, you took 2.5 weeks worth of therapy and started to 5.
Right.
And you knew, even though you had a prescription at home, you recognized that what you did was not a normal prescription filling process.
Right.
And having a prescription and taking it off the hospital shelf and sticking it in your pocket is not the same as following, even if you had somehow managed to go through a process that you made a mess and process the prescription, that would be the proper way. And then perhaps even a different way may be to go to somebody and say, look, I'm feeling whatever it is that I'm feel the need to take a dose right now, and I don't have my medicine with me. What's the chance you can set me up with a dose? I mean, would that not have been a better way?
Yeah, I thought about that too. I did.
So how did this work? So you've done this before?
Not, I mean, I've asked, you know, for stuff. You know, like I asked for an inhaler one time.
But this day you didn't actually tell me, I just put it. in
Yeah.
your pocket. And how is that not considered by UMS to be theft?
I didn't take the medication outside of the institution.
But you used it,
I didn't take it.
so did you put it back on the shelf?
I put it in my office.
Okay, so it wasn't available to a patient at that point.
That,
So if I go into Walmart and I take a bite of a biscuit or something, they can't sell that. So
Right.
at that point, when you had it at your desk, UMS can't go and use it for another patient. They didn't know where it was.
right.
It's on your desk, correct? And what did your employer do? You were discharged from employment, correct?
Yes.
And what was the grounds for that?
That,
They consider that theft?
misdemeanor.
And I have a copy, and I'm passing out to board members for UMS's policy that was sent to us for discipline. And one of the first items listed is that
Same with yours.
The documents entitled UAMS Administrative Guide, it's on the second page. At the bottom.
I'm trying.
This was the storeroom for the inpatient pharmacy, correct?
Yes.
But they don't dispense employee meds or anything for self-treatment, inpatient, all out outpatient.
Yeah, now sometimes, I mean, if you ask them, the pharmacists out there, they've said, you know, if they're not feeling well or something like that, they have self-medicated themselves.
Well, I'm telling you, they're not confessing that to me.
Right.
And given my time at UAS was brief, and I was not on the processing side as a professor. But I think if anyone would have told me you can go down to the pharmacy and just get whatever drugs you would need, I would have thought that was the craziest thing ever. That's been 20 years ago. And I think that was, you know, in the world of any type of healthcare, it would have probably been a more common occurrence 20 years ago than now.
Right.
And I was afraid if I took like pencils and pens that were provided at the college home using for other stuff, I'd get in trouble.
And so, another question, were you on the only pharmacist on duty at the time?
Excuse me?
Were you the only pharmacist on duty?
Oh, that, not downstairs, I was, my office is up on the inpatient unit on that side.
This isn't his work area. You were a clinician
Yeah.
up on the floor on 7 with ACRC, with cancer research, is that correct?
No, I was in the, well, no, I don't, we were on the main, this is the main
Or in
hospital.
the main hospital.
Yeah, were you went down in the pharmacy?
This is down in the basement, the inpatient pharmacy.
You had access to get down there?
Yeah,
He would have access to get into the pharmacy department.
Okay.
But my understanding is you usually would not be someone handling medication in that area.
not unless it was like I said, unless a patient, you know, we needed something for a patient immediately or something.
On that
like
floor, if there was an immediate need for something on the 7th floor, he could come and retrieve it for that station for administration.
Would there be an order for that?
Yeah,
Okay, so basically, you didn't have any visits down there. And you were working out of your office?
yes,
You were feeling sick?
yes,
You didn't feel the need to, say, I need to stop working, I need to go get seen about? You didn't go through that process? I need to go see a doctor, I need to call my doctor?
there was nobody there for me to call, I mean, my supervisors are all left.
Yeah, no, okay, but, what's wrong with you calling your doctor saying, I think that I'm in trouble, I feel it's coming on? You knew the symptoms. And you started to set free.
I guess, yeah.
And make the effort to leave where you were, to go to the pharmacy, to retrieve medicine, and set free.
Well, I mean, somebody had to be there because the pharmacist operator.
Everybody was there, I mean, people were down there.
So you just came in and we took what you needed and left?
It's been, yeah,
Yes or no? Yes. This is a whole different picture.
Yeah, Dr. Jolly's willing, I mean, he's not gonna vote, but he's willing if the board wants to hear it, to show some light on it, if you'd like to hear from him.
But before we go any further, I want to clarify something before I ask any questions. Is it appropriate for us to be doing this and doing this examination prior to the upcoming criminal matter?
I talked with, his attorney about that, and I'll let him address that, but I did offer the option to kind of pass this case as well for the criminal cases. And I think the testimony here would probably be similar to what you would have in criminal court, but I'll let him address that. But I did give him that option.
Sure. Yeah, I'm a criminal defense attorney. That's exclusively what I do. But for a long time as prosecutor and then private defense for almost a decade. This is a situation where there's not this ill intent other than he took some medication that he technically shouldn't have taken. But it's on film. He knows he did it in front of everybody. There was no intent to conceal it. He walked right in there, walked right to it, and picked it up and put it in his pocket, talking to people on the way in, talking to people on the way out. There's no dispute. In a criminal case, when you go into the statement, it has to do with whether we conceal it, whether we say, try to argue it didn't happen, you can't prove it happened. We're owning the fact that he did this. There's no, oh, did he do it, did he not? No, he took the medication. We understand that he shouldn't have taken the medication. It's not, this is not some big complex criminal case. It's just as simple as that.
Well, are you arguing that it was theft, or are you arguing that it's not theft?
I don't think so. Under what you've got on in this study, it was gross unprofessional or dishonest conduct under 240002S or fraud or dishonesty. And there's no, so in a fraud case, I've defended the Medicare fraud case, I've defended countless federal fraud cases as well. There's always some intent to go in and cover up some sort of, there's a affirmative intent to cover it up. That's not present here. Your factors of fraud in the legal sense, as Black's law and funds fraud, are not present. What we have here is a guy that took something that was it's something that happened in hospital. I can tell you, I also hold a license for medical board, so for a therapist, I've got a license for over 15 years. I can tell you, as a therapist, people countless times have seen nurses override, Tylenol, over all kinds of stuff. Out of the Texas, it's not even just drug closets like this was. We had access to multiple drugs, be it anywhere from, of course, not what he has access to, but whether it's albuterol, whether it's, if bromide, whatever it was, as a therapist, he could have picked up all he wanted all day long, and people didn't. And so when he told me this story, it did not come across as shocking to me because I've been president for my wife's a nurse anesthetist. I have extreme contact in that field. So none of this that happened was anyone shocked me over the fact that they took it to the extent and tried to make a theft allegation out of him picking up a medication that at the end of the day should have been, hey, don't do this. We have a policy, let you do this, pay us for this medication, whatever it might be. They took it way too far. I can tell you as a seasoned criminal defense attorney, the likelihood of conviction, even with me going in here and him committing everything that we're doing right now, is extremely low. I do not believe he would not have conviction of this. And so I don't think there's any harm in us telling you, just open books, what happened with this. He went in there, thought he had an issue, took some medication, didn't end up taking the medication, stayed in his office, he never left the premises. You may ask. So if we want to harken back to the Walmart example, actually, it's the same example of I take a loaf of bread out of bread, or I decide, I'm not going to taste this, and I sit down in the toilet. No, it's not about somebody's bread out to pick up, it's somewhere else where it should be. But it's not theft.
Well, so you're not conceding that what he did was theft, right?
I'm not conceding.
Okay, that's fine.
No. I don't think there's a dishonest. I think that he took something, there's a common pattern of practice, and then that changed.
All right, I've got two questions to ask you. First of all, do you concede that you did not have the authority to have those drugs in your possession?
Yes.
So yes. Do you also concede that you having the drugs in your possession deprived UNLR, deprived UANS of having possession of the drug? Who had possession of the drug when it was in your office? You or UANS?
UANS.
Had possession of it.
Yeah, I didn't take it out of the hospital.
They didn't know where it was, so how would they know? Because you took it off the shelf without anybody's knowledge. I mean, you did it on video.
Right.
But I mean, at the time, UAMS, you had custody of it, and it was not available on the shelf at that point for UAMS to then dispense. Is that a fair statement?
They had a lot, I mean, they have a lot, I mean, it wasn't the only, I didn't, there was other unit dose packets available. I didn't take the mess. You know, I didn't complete the,
You didn't take the last one.
No,
You didn't
no.
take one that
Yeah.
they otherwise could have used for someone else. Is that a fair statement?
I mean, they had a lot, I mean, they have, in their storage room there, they have a lot, I mean, it wasn't the last drug, it wasn't the last.
I don't think we're contending at any point that the medication he picked up out of there, placed in his office, was that specific medication was absolutely not available to be distributed to a patient. But we agree with that.
So how long ago was it the last time they told you you couldn't just take meds?
No,
So,
they didn't tell me, they didn't give me a warning or anything.
but I mean, like, 5 years ago, was there an issue with prednisone? Or 6 years ago, was there an issue with insulin? Or before that, was it antibiotic?
I mean, when Mike was the director, you know, he was okay, as long as you could make it happen. And if you needed it for that, you know.
That's not what Mike's policy says.
Okay, well, I don't know. I never saw a policy.
Well, I mean, it was from 12/4/2013, 4/20, these are just the revisions. I don't know, it looks like the original was from 9/14/2000. I mean.
I was an employee in 2000.
I was in 04, but it's been revised in 13, 17, 20, and 22.
And I never saw a copy of any of the policies.
Is Dr. Mullins' license currently suspended?
No. No, but it's employment, if your employment.
Yes.
Employment. Where you're in this
I'm a little confused then. What is it that you're agreeing that you have done here? Are you disagreeing that he has done any dishonorable conduct? Is that what you're alleging?
No, I don't believe there's anything dishonorable. He's not, he did it wide open in front of everybody. Did he take it?
So if you shot somebody in town square, right in front of everybody, that's okay.
I mean, if you're to the degree that you want to lock in taking a non-controlled substance to shooting somebody, I mean, that, I can't compare that to you, but that's a totally different scenario.
If I walked in Walmart and stole $80-some worth of groceries and just picked them up, put them in my pocket, that's okay, because I was in plain sight.
If you look at the Dutch statute, you must pass all points of sale. So in your scenario, sure, it's totally okay to walk past all points of sale.
Dr. Monroe, when you took the Eliquis tablets, you said that you personally used Eliquis and have for a number of years. When you put it in your pocket, took it to your office, why did you do it? You do an inventory control?
No.
Did you have a patient on the cancer unit that needed it?
We do have patients that are wrong.
Okay, that's not what I asked you, sir. Don't play word games with me because I'm not gonna appreciate it.
No.
Just answer the questions directly. We're very informal.
Okay.
So candidly answer or move to a formal.
All right.
So why did you take the tablets and put them in your office? What was the purpose?
So I would have them there in case I needed it.
In case you needed it for what?
In case I didn't feel good.
So the intent is you were going to use it for yourself.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you say that he is not beholden to any unprofessional conduct. Are you familiar with the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act of 1938? Yes, you.
Or off the top of my head.
Okay, it's the basis for all of the food and drug laws in the United States. Are you familiar with the Durham-Humphrey Amendment of 1951?
I've heard of it, yeah.
Okay, you're not aware of any provisions of that?
I mean,
Okay, my basic law students can tell you that the primary purpose of that law was to determine prescription and over-the-counter drugs. Now, in the provisions under the Durham-Humphrey Amendment, it says that there are drugs for which only that certain conditions apply that it can be, that otherwise it is a prescription drug. And that in order to possess that, you have to have a prescription.
right.
Now, let's go to the Arkansas state laws. Under our laws, the dispensing, the pharmacies in this state are licensed so that they can go through a proper dispensing process. You know what that is?
Right.
Okay, did you, in your belief, go through a proper dispensing process?
I had a prescription for it.
Okay, that's not what I asked you. Did you go through a proper dispensing process?
No,
Okay, so you have a prescription drug that you are not eligible to have under the Durham-Humphrey Amendment, and it didn't go through a proper dispensing process, so you took it for your own use later, whether you're going to use it now or later. Okay, so you, in fact, have broken dishonorable conduct.
I've got a couple of follow-up questions about this. Mr. Plum, so if the medicine was at your desk when you were investigated for this incident by your supervisors, did you hand the medicine?
No.
So where was the medicine at?
I threw it out.
So you threw it away. So then at the point you threw it away, obviously no one can use it at that point,
Right.
correct? Okay. And did you tell what your supervisor, when they investigated you for this incident, did you tell them it was Eliquis or did you tell them it was something else?
Well, it was both Elvis and prednisone.
So it, both Eliquis and prednisone.
Yes, right.
This is two different medications.
Yeah.
So did you take two different medications?
Yes,
and put it in
ma'am.
your pocket? What did you do with the prednisone?
They did the same thing.
You threw it away?
Yes, right.
So again, your EMS is not able to dispense that prednisone as
Right.
well.
So where did you throw it away?
Shredded.
You put prescription drugs in the shredder,
Yes, sir.
or in the shred box.
Shredded. The shredded.
Is that how you're supposed to dispose of prescription drugs?
I mean,
if you're on the floor and part of the drug isn't used, where did the drug go? So we're talking a blood thinner and a steroid.
they put it usually in a bin, is what they'll do.
It's gonna be a sharps container or hazardous waste.
Either one.
But you, I
Or
mean,
they'll put it in, take back the pharmacy.
yeah, and then the pharmacy disposes of
Yeah.
it if need be, because it's been out of chain of custody.
Right.
So in like the paper shred bins that you have.
Yeah.
So why did you shred it?
I just think that, just,
Trying to destroy evidence?
no. No. It was just a gut feeling. I just said, you know what, this isn't worth it.
Why didn't you take it back? You walked in there and took it. I think you didn't walk back in there.
I thought about that.
Yeah.
That's what I thought about.
Was it too late to do that because they were already there to investigate?
Yeah.
So I didn't have to see why anything.
Yeah.
But why didn't you just give it back to them today?
I don't know.
You could have said, here it is.
I know.
Okay, this is what we have. You've got a hearing date in May.
Yes, ma'am.
Do y'all want to, try to handle this, or you want to punt it to the full board after hearing date in May, maybe in June or, beyond June?
I would suggest that for the criminal trial, this, regardless of the outcome of the criminal trial, this, the charges that need to proceed to a formal hearing before this board.
Okay.
And that we take no further action on this today.
What are you two gentlemen thinking?
No, I think it's
Would you like to make that in the form of a
Yes,
motion, sir?
So we've taken no action on this license right now. It's active and good standing.
Yeah, we've had our discussion. If the board wants to consider emergency suspension of the license, I would be in favor of that, but I'm not proposing that at this moment.
Yeah, well, let's just do this motion right now. So we got your motion. We have a second? We got some discussion.
Yeah, no discussion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Did I get a second on the motion?
You got that correct.
Okay, got a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Yes.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Oh, we're gonna vote first, I'm sorry.
You vote first. All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Any nays? The motion passes. Okay, now to part two.
Okay, I have an inquiry with regard to what procedures are available to us with regard to any type of suspension.
So I think there's a couple of different pathways. If you want him to not work until the hearing or until it is resolved legally, since this is informal, you could ask if he would agree to a voluntary suspension.
Okay.
If he says yes, that solves it. If he says no, you've got other options.
Let's do that. Or would you agree to a voluntary suspension?
I guess.
You may want to talk to him.
No,
Yeah.
no, we would not, we reserve full rights, on the bill, for them.
I have a suggestion, I would like to ask you, Connor. Can we put, disciplinary, tag on his license with that?
Only if you have action taken by the board, either that he agrees to or that you do through the administrative process. I mean, he has to have notice of hearing, be able to present a case. So what's weird, and I think both counselors will agree on this, since this is like mediation, you can ask him if he agrees to something, then that's very easy. But if he doesn't agree to it, then you have to use administrative procedures process, which could include setting an emergency hearing if you thought that there was need to have an emergency suspension to ensure he doesn't practice until the time issued by the board later. With an emergency suspension, generally at our next opportunity, unless either if they ask for a postponement, then at a subsequent meeting, it would stand until a subsequent meeting has a full hearing through the administrative process.
Well, I might view this differently, it's circumstances are different. I mean, he took it, he was on video, he just admitted, he admitted he took it to his office so that he could have it for future use. So it's very intended to use it himself. He just admitted that and be done with it, then fine. But he's trying to hide behind questions and, well, I have this, I have a prescription, but he knows that's not the question that's being asked. So he does not seem to be properly contrite. And so he, in my sense, has a warped sense of what's right and wrong. And do we want to allow that to continue in practice, given the dishonorable conduct?
So to clarify, if we do an emergency suspension, it doesn't require a hearing to impose the emergency suspension. But the hearing on the emergency suspension has to be held.
Well, for emergency hearing, we need to give 2 hours notice that we're going to do an emergency hearing. And we didn't give notice of emergency hearing for the notice for this meeting. So we need to give 2 hours notice to do it, which means we didn't schedule one in the next day or two. At that point, once we serve him with the emergency suspension, he would be emergency suspended.
After the hearing or before the hearing?
After the emergency suspension. But then it would set up for us to have a full hearing at a future date.
Okay, I'm still.
After the emergency hearing, he would have an emergency suspension of his license. If that's what the board.
You have to have an emergency hearing to do an emergency suspension.
Yes.
And that's one of our rules.
Administrative procedure. Is not understanding, not being a member.
It's in the Administrative Procedures Act, so due process issue.
Yeah. Well, I'm not saying that they may or may not be following the Administrative Procedures Act. What they generally do though is they will have an emergency. They'll post notice of an emergency hearing. And they will say, in case whatever, here are the facts, the staff is requesting emergency suspension, and they'll vote on it. So, I mean, they do that procedure.
That can be done on, right?
Yes.
Yes, sir. We did it last week. But I think we should do it.
If I may, I think Mr. Richmond and I got off on the wrong foot with this. I think we're talking about two different things and talking crosswords with each other, so my apologies with regard to that. We're not trying to say this didn't happen. We came here at the very beginning, and from my conversations with the onslaught with actually, we said this happened. We're not saying this didn't happen in any way, shape, or form. It didn't happen. Now, if we're going to run down the line of questioning with regard to technical legal definitions, which is, I believe, what Mr. Mitchell is asking, different things about technical legal definitions. Yeah, there could be extreme dispute on the turning of and, or, and minute words. The blanket situation here is that we're trying to tell you everything, which is, yes, he has a prescription for it. Yes, he took it from the pharmacy without authorization to take it. He shouldn't have done that. He admits he should not have. Hello, guys. Steps to take in this situation. He admits that he was wrong. We agree that it was wrong. All we're saying is trying to provide context around the situation. That it's not a situation where this is drug seeking behavior from an individual who is after an opioid or after some other narcotic with regard to say, I don't have a prescription for this Roxycontin or whatever it is, I'm gonna take this. This is just a situation where he took a prescription out that he should not have taken. It was prescribed to him. However, the particular packet that he took was not prescribed to him. It's just a situation where we're trying to provide context to that. It's not an offense to, it's just an explanation of the series of events so that we can provide a more full picture for everybody. That's the only reason. Hello, guys. Hello, are you hear me? As past health issues, talking about everything. Hello. Of this immediate 2-minute event that took place. That's the reason. We're just trying to provide context. We're not trying to say these are justifications. We're just trying to give you a full picture so that you have more than just he takes his medication and leaves. We want you to have more meat on the bones to look at than just, oh, he took something. Yes, he took something. Yes, it was wrong. We agree with that.
Well, I'm concerned that until we have the formal hearing and take this man's license away, that he will provide treatment in the same unprofessional way that he's done to other patients. That's what I'm concerned about. You can say this is wrong. The question is it professional? And it's certainly not professional. And I'm on this board. My job on this board is to look at it in the interest of the public. And I think it would be to the detriment of the public to allow this man to practice pharmacy until this issue is ultimately decided.
Can I ask you, what is your fear to the public?
What's that?
Well, Mr. Simpson, what is your fear? How will the public be injured by his ability to practice pharmacy at this point?
You're playing games. I'm
No, I'm asking a straight question, sir.
I'm not going to play games at all.
It's okay, you don't have to.
I move that we set a telephone conference so we can have an emergency suspension of this gentleman's license.
Can we ask you to voluntarily surrender? You're not going to do that today? We're going to have to do what we're going to have to do unless you say I voluntarily surrender.
Or we do voluntary suspension.
The suspension.
Would be.
Are you not willing to take that step?
You could set a time period, Mr. Simpson, that says if we don't have a voluntary suspension by X time and X date, relatives can take us a day to do this, and we'll proceed with the emergency here.
Well, I would be perfectly happy for him to leave the room and confer with his attorney. But I want an answer now as to whether he'll agree to a voluntary suspension. Otherwise, I want to set a voluntary suspension as soon as possible.
We'll have to step out and have a discussion for a moment and be happy to answer.
I have a conference room, right?
Okay.
We'll take a 5-minute break.
Thank you. Actually,
We're back on council or anything you want to tell us?
At this time, we will not be calling Carol Schrader.
Okay. Madam Chair, I believe that Mr. Simpson had a motion on the floor.
You're gonna repeat it or?
Basically, you want board staff to set up emergency hearings to suspend its license.
Yes.
Okay, let me get a second on that motion.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Any nays? The motion passes.
What we'll do is we'll set up to see when we can get a quorum of the board via phone. It will likely be tomorrow lunch or after, but we'll let you know when.
Okay, will that be noticed via email?
Council.
You'll accept it, Phil? Yeah.
Yeah, you just email me that. Okay.
We'll do it.
Right, good.
Thank you, guys.
Y'all time. Thank you.
There's other two who don't.
Brenda, we want to know where. You want to look to see where it's looking at?
Yes, are you employed anywhere around? You are.
I'm sure that's all we have for today.
It was a good meeting. Thank you all for
Thank you guys for coming in. We'll be in touch, Bill. See if we can get time tomorrow.
Appreciate y'all, guys. Good job.
Thank you.